Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Okay. Welcome one, welcome all to SimSpeed TV this beautiful Sunday afternoon for the final regular round of the V8SCOPS 2024 season before we get into the Endurance Cup. We are closing off the regular series rounds with the brilliant Road Atlanta, Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta in Georgia, where we're sure to see some fantastic racing across the night in our Split 1 and Split 2 grids. Split 2, of course, coming up first. Bringing it to you live here on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and Kick is myself, Reese Gardner. We do have potentially Scott Rankin coming up very shortly indeed, but I'm going to take you through the opening part of this show. Let's see then. how the racing will be conducted as we get ready for some brilliant racing in Split 2. The grid, of course, set by the pre-qualifying order with a 27-lap race coming up. Time limit of 50 minutes. The fuel tank will be restricted to 55% of its maximum capacity, and we have a single compulsory pit stop for the drivers to negotiate before we get things going properly for the finish. And, of course, we have to point out this is going to be the golden ticket race as well. The top 3 in Split 2 will have the opportunity to race in Split 1 later if they so desire. Before we get into practice and the race, let's check out Road Atlanta, one of the classic American road racing courses. Obviously the most famous for being the host of the Petit Le Mans every single year, a 10-hour endurance event to close off the IMSA sports car season. Road Atlanta was built in 1970, and it's only had one real layout change since then. We've had the chicane installed at 10A and 10B in the 1990s. And aside from that, the run out of turn 7 used to be a gigantic hump just before turn 8, but that was flattened in the late 1990s after a couple of cars went airborne. But this is an incredibly challenging course at Road Atlanta, especially in an Australian touring car. Only 12 real corners here, but you have to have maximum commitment for every single one of them. Turn 1 is incredibly fast, run up the hill to turn 2, so hard to hit the apex at 3, and then you're flowing down through the S's to turn 5. A lot of curb on the exit of that corner. You can definitely take a lot out of it. And then turn 6 and 7, you can make passes. That's all about the slipstream, all the way down the backstretch through 8 and 9, down to the chicane at 10A and 10B, which is one of the prime overtaking opportunities on this circuit. Then over the crest at turn 11, down through turn 12, incredibly fast corner to end the lap. It's a very short circuit here at Road Atlanta, only 4Ks long, and the average speeds are quite high. So you're going to be seeing some pretty quick lap times in these 600 plus horsepower beasts. In any case, we jump into the run to the final moments of practice. We're just about to get halfway through the 15-minute practice session. Had to put up a second server, did the crew at Aussie Online Gaming, but Split 2 will be getting off without a hitch. We certainly hope. Currently, Jay Brazier is on top in the practice standings with Rob Crisdale in P2. The drivers just getting their final preparations in before they go racing. It's a nice cool track out there as well. It's just coming up to 9 a.m. in sim time, 22 degrees Celsius track temperature, which means the tires are going to potentially last a little bit longer than they would in hot conditions, and it'll be a little bit easier to get these cars into the corners. I would hazard a guess that Road Atlanta is one of the tracks where you really want a cool circuit, because once the track heats up, the tires start sliding and you just get massive understeer. So a nice pointy front end is what you're looking for around this circuit. Coming down through the S's, focusing for a moment there on the 66 machine, and that is Billy Mole, who was one of the newer competitors to this championship as he brings his Holden Commodore up the hill, chasing down the Mustang of Brendan Murdoch. And looking forward to seeing what Murdoch will be able to do in this race. He's a little bit off the top of the standings at the moment. Brazier, of course, still holding on to the fastest time in the practice session. Drivers getting their eye in now for the slipstream down the end of the straight. Good demonstration of what we're going to be expecting tonight as Mole pulls out from the slipstream of Brendan Murdoch and will go up the inside into 10A and 10B. Murdoch lifts out, but you'll see in the race that drivers will be trying to defend there and try and take the outside line into 10A, which will give you the inside for 10B. A lot of lines possible through that section of the course. A bit further up the track through turn 1, massive runs for the likes of Angus Lawford and Damien Cairns here in the Mustang and Commodore respectively. 5.5 minutes to go, and we are expecting an out-and-out sprint for the most part around here in these cool conditions, but as I said, a fuel tank restriction with a compulsory pit stop, and you will have to take tyres in that pit stop. We're expecting all 4 tyres to be taken throughout the entire field because, I mean, you do have the option of changing only 2 tyres of the 4, but it will severely unbalance the car, and the tyres only last about 10, maybe 15 laps at their maximum pace before it really starts dropping off. Outside of the top 2, Jay Brazier and Robert Crisdale. Craig Schultz currently in 3rd place and actually setting the same time down to the 1,000th as Angus Lawford. And Lawford's looking rather quick as he's going to practice a pit stop here along with Rob Crisdale, the Frogley Juiced Racing Mustang there. It's a very difficult pit entry at Road Atlanta. And we see Tristan Yelland in the Neuro Power entry as well. This is actually, I think, the first time I've ever seen Tristan Yelland not in a dirt sprint car. Of course, Tristo is usually known for his exploits in the Oceanic Dirt Sim Events series that we broadcast on SimSpeed TV on Dirt Oval. So, trading one form of V8 rear-wheel drive race car for another. And we also have Lewis Wedding here as well. Lewis, of course, is one of the lead administrators of Automobilista Australia, another league that I've raced in a few times, and Lewis certainly loves his V8s, and it's nice to see him out here in a Scops field again in what looks to be a bit of an HSV dealer team tribute livery. Always nice to see that. Well, in the last 3.5 minutes of practice, we have a lot of things to think about. A difficult race to come. 27 laps doesn't seem like all that much around Road Atlanta, and it will go by very quickly. The race will be done in around about 45 to 50 minutes, but there's a lot that goes through the suspension, through the tyres, through the wheel around a course like this over just a single lap. Road Atlanta is not the smoothest of places. It's very bumpy, and the curbs can be quite harsh if you hit them the wrong way. And traction is so important, especially out of turn 7. We just saw Wedding come through there. Pick up a little bit of a slipstream off Crisdale, who I presume is going to be testing out another pit stop here very shortly. 10A and 10B, looks like Wedding has got a very stable car underneath him here, barely a hint of understeer or oversteer. He's going to commit to the end of this lap. We'll see what kind of time he'll be able to set here. 1 minute 20.1. That is an improvement in time, but it doesn't grant him any extra positions in the practice session. Remember, of course, the grid is going to be set by the times from pre-qualifying. There is no qualifying session for Split 2, but there will be for Split 1 later on tonight. 2-minute warning for the drivers. Their last opportunity to get their times in, sort out what their setup is going to be for the race. Being able to adjust your anti-roll bars and brake bias on board these cars is a massive benefit around a circuit like Road Atlanta. A lot of different kinds of corners that the drivers will have to work their way through here. You need a car that rides those bumps, that doesn't oversteer too much, also doesn't understeer too much either. And you have to have a car that slows down really well, especially here. The brake pedal is flat to the floor through the dip, coming into 10A and 10B, using all of the car's braking power just to slow down for that last little flick to the left and right before you come down the hill, through the final corner, and across the line again. That time was a 1 minute 20.3 for Wedding, so at the very least he's looking reasonably consistent, though his times are not quite as spirited as those further up the field. Seeing a bit of an improvement as well from Blake Delaney in the Fishy Motorsport 08, getting to a 119.5. He's going to join Craig Schultz and Jaden Green in that particular bracket, and it's good enough for 6th place at the moment, 4 cans. And it came just in time as well as the session comes to its end. Those are your final times from practice before we get into the race. Lawford with a 1:19.1. He's looking rather quick here in the 1:52. He'll be one of the contenders for victory here today. Rob Crisdale and Jay Brazier currently occupying the top 3 behind him. We'll see if the Project 36 Mustang will be able to get himself into the golden ticket territory for the run in Split 1 later on today. Mark Poynton putting in a fantastic time right at the checkered flag to get into 3rd place in practice. So that concludes the initial runnings before we get into the race here today at Road Atlanta for V8 SCOPS Split 2. Starting on pole position is going to be Angus Lawford, surprising absolutely no one. Great pace in practice, with Craig Schultz starting alongside him in the 9.5 SimSports 6.54. Blake Delaney and Jaden Green will be on your second row, with Jay Brazier and Mark Poynton rounding out the top 6. Jackson Barry and Rob Crisdale in 7th and 8th. And rounding out the top 10 will be Billy Mole and Vincent Skilbeck. Good qualifying performance from Skilbeck there. Really hope that he'll be able to move up the field and maybe have a go at racing in Split 1 tonight. Behind them, we have Andrew Ritchie and Lewis Wedding in the 2 Commodores, Pixel SimSports and Banter Alliance Racing there. Brendan Ross will join his teammate Lewis Wedding at just outside the top 10, starting alongside Pacific Esports Racing's Stephen Banks. Then there's Damien Cairns and Steve Vella, rounding out the 8th row of the grid with Dane Nofduft, a name that I have not seen in a long time, starting alongside Dean Powell in the Loose Operations Mustang. Peter Pavlovich is going to share the 10th row of the grid with Oceane Colangelo, another rather new name to V8 SCOPS, joining the Race on Oz team there. Robbie Bradbury and Rick Sebra in 21st and 22nd. And then rounding out our field of 24 cars, we have Brendan Murdoch and Tristan Yelland. And Tristo is going to be very used to 24-car grids. That is the feature grid size for ODSE events. We have Dan Stevens and Daniel Yeaman in race control tonight. The Porsche Mission R of Dan Stevens will be out there as the safety car if anything goes wrong out on circuit and a driver is unable to make it back to the pits under their own power. Waiting just now for the grid timer to run out. And then we'll have a magnificent start on the way up to the first corner here at Road Atlanta. A track that has been part of V8 SCOPS for quite some time and has brought some brilliant racing with it along the way. Once again, 27 laps on the cards for the drivers here, with a 55% fuel tank restriction and a single compulsory pit stop. I would expect that most of the drivers will try to split the race in twain, pit around the lap 13, lap 14 mark. But we may see some drivers pit a few laps earlier to try and get an undercut on their rivals. If somebody is stuck behind another competitor and they want to get a little bit of a leg up, pitting a lap earlier and having that extra lap on fresh tyres is a massive advantage in these cars. But will it be as big of an advantage as it would be, considering how cool the track is? It's still very cold out there on the circuit, 22 degrees Celsius. And it looks like just in time for the start of the race here, we do have Scott Rankin joining us. Well, Scotty, it is time, and Split 2 getting ready to go in just a few moments' time. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, and Road Atlanta, what a killer track to sort of kick us off as well. I think this is going to be a good one. This always creates for an interesting race. That's the thing about Road Atlanta. No matter what happens here, something interesting always happens.
Yep. First interesting thing is the symphony of 600 horsepower 5-litre V8s. The revs rise, the flag drops, and we are away. Angus Lawford with a good start from the front of the field. Blake Delaney, unfortunately, getting the second phase of the start not very well, and he's under attack from Jay Brazier around the outside of turn 1. Brazier's going to get him on the way into turns 2 and 3. Craig Schultz immediately to second spot here, and it looks like a pretty clean start for the rest of the field. Everyone's gotten through the opening corners nice and cleanly, but the exit of turn 5 is where things really start to get serious. You can't go too far over that curb on the exit, otherwise it massively unsettles the rear.
Yeah, but you've got to be aggressive with the curbs. You've certainly got to really line the car up and attack them nice and aggressively, because otherwise you're just costing yourself lap time. You want to sit and save a little bit of tyre in this early phase of the race, save some rear tyre, perhaps give yourself an opportunity to get some drive off later on. That's the thing. You're making decisions all the time when you're driving this car, particularly around this track.
Oh, we're onto the back straight for the first time now, and everyone's involved in a draft train at some point. Blake Delaney having to massively defend from Mark Poynton, who will back out of that manoeuvre. The top 3 are starting to break away. A slight locked break from Craig Schultz, and the exit of 10A and 10B is not with him. Jay Brazier is going to try and sneak up the inside of the final corner, side by side through 10A and 10B for, for Robbie Bradbury, who has just gone for a spin coming out of 10B. He will get back going cleanly, but unfortunately that is his race off to the worst start possible.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult to move his way back forward and latch back onto the train. He's going to need some assistance there. Cars are in the pit. Sebra ended up in the pit lane as well, so something happened to him on the opening lap. So, like we said, drama always strikes around Road Atlanta.
Looks like an iRacing issued black flag for Rick Sebra. He might have jumped the start, so that will be something he'll have to fight back from, and he'll be hoping for a safety car to bring him back up to the rest of the field. Otherwise, he's going to be out there on his own for the majority of the race. Down into turn 6 and 7 again. The fight is on for Jackson Barry and Robert Crisdale there as our top 4 now continuing to break away. Angus Lawford has got a great lead at the moment of about 6-7 tenths of a second. It is between Craig Schultz and Jay Brazier for second, and Blake Delaney's gotten some good real estate between himself and Barry. We'll see if Crisdale will be able to make a move.
Yeah, just keep your eyes on Delaney here, because he'll just use his brain. He'll be very, very smart driver, right? Very good at making the decisions of when to be aggressive, and there'll be a timing run for him for sure, but right now he's going to really back things up, just look to hold back. Big opportunity for Barry to try and qualify himself through to top split as well, and he needs to, I think, step forward and try and take that opportunity when it's presented to him. But first and foremost, he's got to make sure he latches onto this top pack, just stays with them.
Yes, as things stand, the driver who's gained the most positions is Damien Cairns, up 4 spots to P11. He's just behind this whole crew here as Crisdale exits turn 5. And doesn't get as good of an exit as Barry, so he's going to have to work a little harder in the slipstream to get that move done.
Yeah, trying to really close up into this front leading group. There's been a little bit of a break at about the 17th, 18th spot in the pack as well, between Petar Pavlovic and Oshane Colangelo. Colangelo's really, really young, female racer as well, so she's just finding a way in terms of the sim. Very, very strong in all of the open wheel cars. That's where she really strives forward and pushes herself up into really, really strong fields inside the top 10 as well. But this is going to be a handful. This is going to be something she's got to wrap her head around.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult runnings indeed, but she is up 2 spots from where she started, and that is always good. As under review for an unsafe rejoin between Bradbury and Vella back on lap 1. The fastest lap, meanwhile, going to Jay Brazier in 3rd spot. He is right on the back of Craig Schultz now and looking to potentially make a move. Through turn 3, it looks like Schultz getting the better run through the corner, but there's always the chance of picking up an off track if you take too much out of that curb. And for Steve Vella, he's gotten a drive-through penalty for unsafe rejoin and contact with Bradbury. That's what sent the Pacific Esports Racing Mustang around at the top of the hill. Yeah,
tricky because it's a chicane, right? Lining that one up and getting it all done is very, very difficult sometimes. We saw it, earlier in the week at Vets, where Sean McNamara just got a bump from Taliancic on the way in and just skated his way straight on through, straight out the other side, and that sort of sent him tumbling as well. So getting the job done, but this pack is just like a horde of hornets at the moment. You've got Skillback, Damien Cairns leads the pack, then you've got Richie and Stephen Banks going toe-to-toe, Ross and Lois Wedding as well. So they're all sort of fighting each other quite a lot, and there's even more cars in the background. It's all the way down to Petar Pavlovic, who's just been let through by Dane Northdrift.
Yeah, this is a great pack. Banks trying to stake his claim up the inside there. Richie will be able to maintain the position for now. That slows up the Pacific Esports Racing Mustang. And Brendan Ross with a massive trip across the grass there on the inside of the final corner. That'll open up the opportunity for Wedding to try and get up the inside at turn 1, but not for the moment. Meanwhile, the battle for the lead. Looks like Angus Lawford has lost a bit of time there. Everyone ran faster than him by at least 0.2 of a second, so it's looking like the lead is not entirely over, and here comes Blake Delaney to try and get it done on Jay Brazier. Not able to finish the move out of turn 5, but it's on no matter where you look.
Yeah, up and down the field, tyre wear started to kick in a little bit, 5 laps into this run. It's about making sure you get that nice clean drive off now. You're building that run off the corner. The rear end's not moving about too much under acceleration, but at the same time, you don't want to be over-driving in corner entries at this point in time, because that's going to wear the front tyres, and the front tyres are so important, particularly through the first sector on this track. So you've got to look after both ends of the car. It's a unique one at the least.
Yeah, very unique track. In one of the most unique cars on the iRacing service. Out then of 10A and 10B, Brazier getting a little squirrely across the top of the hill there. He knows that he's under a lot of pressure, and the pressure is getting to him as he runs a bit wide out of the final corner onto the grass. And Blake Delaney is smelling blood. He sees an opportunity, but it's not going to come easy in this section of the track.
Nope, so set it up. This is all about getting close enough. Get close enough through this sector. Now he's seen Brazier make a little bit of a mistake. Now he's offline. He'll close in again. He'll close in again. Takes a few more meters out of him. And there was another big old lift from Delaney there. Again, looking to try and fuel save just a little bit more. So he's just eking out every little advantage, harassing and ranging. Recognized there was not enough of an opportunity on Brazier, but did something about it. Used the opportunity to save some more fuel.
Yep, a little bit of fuel saved. It means you can play with your strategy a little more and potentially even shorten your pit stop a little bit. So we'll see how that works out then for Delaney as he's ever closer on the way down the back straight. It's almost on for the lead as well as Craig Schultz is trying to round up Angus Lawford. But there's nothing in it at 10A and 10B for the moment. You're just trying to build up the momentum to make that move. The corners come so thick and fast here that if you make a move in the wrong place, you run side by side, you end up costing each other loads of time. And I think Lawford and Schultz well aware of that. They don't want to cost themselves time to Brazier and Delaney.
I mean, you're going to have to. The problem is that Brazier very wide at turn 1. He had to lift and have another go at trying to turn the car back in. So you're right, he's started to make a few mistakes. I think the whole pack is starting to make a lot of mistakes as the car's moving around quite a lot. Underneath him, coolish track, tyre wear not going to be so much of a factor, but again, I just get the feeling that Brazier's probably the cork in the bottle in this pack. I think he's the weakest one of the lot, and Delaney's just not being presented with enough of an opportunity to send it at the moment. Schultz is again just sitting there, just watching, just biding his time, watching along, waiting for an opportunity. There's no point trying to park it down the inside until you've got enough of an opportunity, and he hasn't seen that yet.
Yeah, one of the big points to set up a move there is the exit of turn 7, and you saw another little wiggle from Brazier in the background there, so you never know, Delaney might be close enough for a move at 10A and 10B, but for the time being, just working on the slipstream, just trying to follow in there. It doesn't benefit you a massive amount in these cars, but it is just enough to get a little bit of extra pace. Behind this group, there's a change for 13th place. Lewis Wedding has made his way past Brendan Ross just before the braking zone at 10A and 10B. And Dean Power and Peter Pavlovich will look to try and take advantage of that. As far as battles go, this lead battle is one of the closest, and we have two groups battling for it. Really, it's Lawford to Delaney, and then there's Jackson Barry all the way down to Vincent Skilbeck and Mark Boynton. This is a replay of how the move was made for Lewis Wedding. Great exit out of turn 7, and ultimately Brendan Ross having to concede the position quite early.
How good do the Pixel cars look, though?
Yeah.
That livery is just phenomenal. But yeah, so set it up, did a reasonably good job, and put himself in all the right spots. Delaney's had a little bit of a rougher first sector this time through, so not quite as attached to the rear end of these guys as he was last time. So he's having to chase the car a little bit now. I definitely, again, just think he's got the pace in them, but can't show it. So again, I think he's just reading, he's just watching. He goes, all right, I'm a touch too far back this lap. That means this lap will be a little bit more closing up, a little bit less fuel saving will be his target. And then the other problem with fuel saving is you tend to lift and coast. So what happens then? Sometimes you charge the corners a little bit too hard, and that'll end up with you wearing the front tires out as well. So it's just about being balanced when you do that, not overcharging the corners. And the Fishy Motorsports guys put a lot of work into making sure that they know how to fuel save and optimize it.
Ooh, difference in lines there. Stephen Banks going a bit deep. Sorry, it's not Banks. It's Andrew Ritchie who went deep a little there at 10B. So that opens it up to Andrew Ritchie. Let's see what he can do to fight off the advance from the 077. Damien Cairns up ahead of them has absolutely jetted away, and he's trying to make an impression on the rest of the top 10. For now, Andrew Ritchie, one of the few cars in this field that still occupies the same position he started in. Let's see what he can do coming down to turn 5 with the battle up front still working its way through. You see there just how much work Damien Cairns has to do to catch up to them. They're all involved in their big line at the moment. In the top 4, I mean, any of these drivers could come away with that victory. I think it's all going to come down to the pit stops.
It will, and that's why Delaney's putting so much work and so much focus on it at the moment. Brazier's just all of a sudden starting to be a lot quicker, and I think Lawford's all of a sudden switched, and now he's become the vulnerable species in these packs. So the difficulty becomes, I think, he's got the lead, but I don't think he's going to have it post-pit stop at the moment. He might elect to go for the undercut just because it prevents everyone else from pulling the undercut, and that just might give him enough to defend with. Very easy to defend around here. Getting the job done is a lot harder at this track than it looks on the tin. Oh,
yeah. Oh dear. Oh, Andrew Ritchie there. Losing the position ultimately to Stephen Banks and making a little mistake as well. That's probably going to give Lewis Wedding another chance here. It's been a good run from Wedding so far, nice and consistent. This is how it happened, and it's the same thing we saw last lap, but a lot worse for Andrew Ritchie. He just ran a bit deep in 10A and 10B, and then Stephen Banks was like, "Thank you very much, sir." Get up the inside at the final corner, and well, Ritchie probably would have wanted a little more space on the outside there, but it was Banks's corner through and through.
Yeah, I was just going to say, he needed to lift and slot back in there, recognise it early, and he would have recovered. I think he just missed a turn in as well. How close is Brazier?
Oh, here we go. He's going to get the move done, potentially, on Craig Schultz. He can make the move around the outside of 10A here, but how hard will Craig Schultz fight it? He won't at all. Jay Brazier is passed by the time they get to the turn-in point. Beautifully executed, and I think Craig just recognising that maybe it's a good idea to run behind Brazier for just a little bit. Brazier, remember, was making mistakes early on as Blake Delaney was chasing him, but there is potential that he's gotten the car into its rhythm now. First pit stops from Rob Chrisdale and Vincent Skilbeck. They've come into the pits together from around about the 6th to 7th position mark, and they're joined in the pits by Dane Northduft there.
And in terms of where we're looking at for tyre fall, about 0.8 of a second to a second is what we're looking at this point in time. So for these couple guys, coming that couple laps early, what that's about is trying to buy themselves some track position. And if where they've come, conveniently, is right on the cusp of the window where they can actually jump all the way to the front end of the pack, it's going to take them really, really quick laps. They're going to be in an issue. We got an issue actually back in the S's.
Oh yeah, that's big. That's Dean Powell who stopped on the track. That might be a safety car. Not sure exactly what's going on. All right, just been given permission, so looks like we will be going safety car free for the time being, but that is still a very dangerous spot for a car to be stopped. So Dean, I think, will need to. Oh yeah, okay. He's requested a tow, and the safety car is going to come out here, and no surprise to see that everyone who hasn't pitted already is going to be in the pits. I'll tell you what, though, this is going to be a massive boon for the likes of Chrisdale and Skilbeck. They're going to probably move to the lead.
Well, the tricky part for those guys is they would have come out behind the car that was parked. They're actually going to lose track position because they would have had to take avoiding action. This pack of cars didn't have to do that. It was all in the rearview mirror for these guys. Brazier and Lawford dived it very, very hard in the pit lane. Oh no, Schultz!
Oh, overshooting the box. That's going to cost him a few more seconds. It looks like Delaney did that as well. So away they go. And
yeah,
wow. Okay. So Brazier had a pit stop that was like a second slower than Blake Delaney, but ultimately his lane time 0.5 of a second quicker.
Well, he really attacked the pit lane entry. Was a big part of that, and these guys are going to remember that that car is parked in the middle of the road. This is how it ended up there.
Oh no, that's Wedding getting spun, and then oh my lord, that's massive there for Dean Powell. That is such a shame.
Gee, that's all coming from a mistake from a car up ahead as well. Yeah, just a shame. Wrong place, wrong time. Not much he really could have done there.
Yeah. Big shame for Lewis Wedding. And I'm actually quite impressed that Wedding came away from that without much damage. It was oh man, Jesus, Dean Powell had absolutely nowhere to go, did he? I mean, it all started because Stephen Banks ran off the track, right? And Banks got back onto the racetrack in, you would argue, potentially a dangerous manner. That spun Wedding around, and, well, Dean had nowhere to go. Literally nowhere to go. Even looking at the incident externally, there was nothing he could do to avoid getting run off the track. No, absolutely nothing he could have done. He's just wrong place, wrong time. Harsh, rough, there's nothing he can really do about that now, so he's just forced to play spectator. But how good was Brazier's pit stop? I mean, jumped them both. And again, we talked about being aggressive into the pit lane. Him and Lawford were pinching brakes, locking brakes, all the way on the way into the pit lane. So, yeah, look, I mean, that was not easy to do, and it's probably one of the more difficult pit lanes, because if you mess it up, you're in the fence. So yeah, there's nothing but concrete barriers either side of you on your way into the pits at Road Atlanta. Yeah, it's curious to see how comparatively long Angus Lawford's pit stop was, because pit stops will usually run about 10 to 11 seconds in cars like this. Some guys in the top 6 have 12-second pit stops, but Angus Lawford's stop was nearly 15 seconds. I'm wondering what the deal was with that. Maybe he overfueled it a little. Yeah, I'm going to say he definitely overfueled the car there, so for sure. That's definitely a mistake. That's a lot more fuel than anyone else around him. Yeah, look, he's led every lap of the race, but now he's going to be a lot more full. Yeah, maybe there's potential that he decided to put that amount in because he was the one punching the hole in the air, remember? He didn't have any opportunities to save fuel. But regardless, yeah, probably a bit too much for our pole sitter. Regardless, he still remains in third spot. And Rob Crisdale and Vincent Skilbeck, well, they didn't take the lead like I predicted, but they have gotten many positions as a result. They now sit 4th and 6th. And it was a very well executed time for them to pit. So we'll see how it works out for them from here. They'll have tyres that are a lap older than everyone else's, and they'll have a little bit more sort of heat cycling done to them. But they should still have a lot to fight with here in the last 14 laps or so. Yep, and quite crucially, the big part of the track position as well. This is a huge opportunity for Crisdale to see if he can't qualify himself for the top split. But yeah, he's got to be aggressive a little bit here, and certainly show some aggression. Schultz has dropped so many spots just due to sliding through the bay, and you saw Delaney. You spotted Delaney sliding through his boom. He actually didn't lose too much, but Schultz is dropped 5 spots. That's a huge loss. Yeah, and that's pretty big for Craig Schultz. 37-second lane time, and that all came down to him overshooting his pit box. It's very hard to pick where to slow down when you're in the middle of a whole gaggle of cars coming through the pit lane. But I'm sure he'll be able to at least fight his way back to potentially a top 5, as the safety car is going to pull away. The Proven Energy Porsche Mission R returning to the pits, and we'll be able to get this race going once again. So, 1 safety car period. Everyone has taken their mandatory pit stop. It's going to be an out-and-out sprint to the end. Yeah, this should be really fun. There's a lot of quick cars here now, and now we've sort of had a little bit of a shuffle worth of positions. Brazier looks okay. One of the biggest issues he was having was just a little bit inaccurate through the S's. It's not turn 2, it's not turn 3, it's turn 4 that he starts to get off a line. So if Delaney can get close enough to him through there, put some pressure on, get him off line at 5, opportunity at 6. Very early getaway from Jay Brazier, though. He accelerated through 10A and 10B, and he's all the way up to speed when they come across the line, but not as quick of a start as he would have wanted. He's immediately under pressure from Blake Delaney for the lead of the race here in Split 2 of V8SCOPS at Road Atlanta. Jay Brazier has got all of the fighting ahead of him now. The last 14 laps of this race, bit over half distance. We've got to keep an eye out for Angus Lawford as well. He led the race all the way until the pit stops. Now he's under pressure from Rob Crisdale, who was able to get his pit stop done before the safety car came out. So he's got a lot of potential to get into the top 3 here. Jackson Barry as well with a fantastic run to currently 5th. Vincent Skilbeck rounding out the top 6, and he's obviously got a lot of pace there in the Wheelie Bins Mayhem Republic Commodore. A little bit too wide over the curbs, meanwhile, for Crisdale. He's going to lose out to Lawford, as behind them, Billy Mole is going to hold off Craig Schultz, Mark Poynton and Damien Cairns to round out your top 10.
Yeah, Cairns just cracking into the top 10. Another opportunity for him to keep moving himself a little bit further forward, so really good opportunity for him. Pavlovich also gained spots in that pit cycle as well. He's moved himself a little bit further forwards. And remember those few guys we're talking about at the tail end of the field brought themselves back in. They got the safety car they were after.
Yeah, they certainly did. Jackson Barry just made the move there on Rob Crisdale, and now Crisdale has to defend against Skilbeck. That was a bit of a compromised run through 10A and 10B, and here comes Billy Mole to try and get it done. All contact a little bit between Crisdale and Skilbeck. This has shuffled them all the way back into the pack, and darting to the inside of turn 2 there was Craig Schultz as Skilbeck gets spun by Billy Mole off the exit of turn 3. Vincent's going to get it back on track. He needs to be careful about how he does it. We'll see if race control have anything to say about that one. But already the excitement coming up again.
Yeah, more opportunities. Safety car restarts, safety car restarts. Lawford's has a very, very quick lap as well, so an opportunity for him again to buy his way back on. Now he's in qualification position, but at the same time, might want to try and earn himself a couple of extra spots here, just to move a little bit further forward. And Crisdale spun the tyres up as they come into the back straight.
Massive wheel spin for Rob Crisdale, and that's given the position to Mole. And Craig Schultz is going to get it done as well. This is once again how Jackson Barry got it done. Beautiful move up the inside, but slowed up on the exit, and then that created all of the chaos that we just witnessed on live pictures. A little bit wide on the way into 10A and 10B for Billy Mole. He's now under lots of pressure from Craig Schultz, and Rob Crisdale might stand a chance of gaining a couple of places back. His Frog Leap Juice Racing teammate of Mark Poynton struggling with the rear end through the final corner. And here comes Damien Cairns in the black and orange machine for a trip up the inside at 1. Not enough space to get it done.
Yeah, but he's checked again, Poynton up, and now he's getting a little bit closer, Now Poynton's going to make a huge lock-up as they run up the hill into the turn 5. Opportunities keep presenting themselves at the moment. Cairns will get checked up once again. This opportunity is going to come for Damien Cairns. It's just whether or not he's there to take it.
Yep, if you bide your time, wait for a mistake ahead, just focus on your own lines. The position will come to you. Maybe it'll come at turn 6. We'll have to wait and see. Damien Cairns will not be able to get it done at turn 6, but it's all about the exit. It's all about the traction on the way out of turn 7. All these drivers have pretty new tyres at the moment. They've still got a lot to fight with.
Fastest lap of the race last time by 2 for Blake Delaney, so he's got speed in that car as well. Might be looking to try and nick a race win off of Jay Brazier at this point in time. And something further's just happened to Steve Vella as well, so his night's just gotten even worse.
And there's the move for Craig Schultz. Gets up the inside of 10B on Billy Mole, but is not able to get fully alongside. So he'll have to yield on the way into the final corner here. And that's yet another potential move for Crisdale as well that he's not been able to take advantage of. And Poynton's going to just harass his teammate coming into turn 1. Not going to make any big dives, of course. They're both for Frog Leap juiced. They want to try and look after each other here. But you never know, if Crisdale struggles a bit too much, maybe Poynton will be given the take point advantage.
Yeah, an opportunity to push himself further ahead, so he's going to be right there and pushing Rob Crisdale the entire way, looking for an opportunity to get that move done. He might, if he can get the nose alongside, get the nose down the inside, he might just see the yield come out of Crisdale as well, so that'll be an opportunity. But Schultz definitely looks quicker than Billy Mole, and he's just being held up a little bit, and we're just going to keep an eye on that one now.
Good exit for Mole and for Schultz as well. just seems like Chrisdale is starting to slip backwards. Remember, he's the one with the oldest tyres in this pack, only by a lap, but that can be worth a lot. In the background, Mole going defensive against Schultz as our top three is still very compressed. And once again, Mole's able to get a great run through the corners here, and both of them slide. Chrisdale is going to point and shoot his way out of it and get amongst it once again.
Saw this a couple laps ago, and Chrisdale opted to back out of it. This time he might be a little bit more aggressive. Not able to carry the speed off the final corner, though. Schultz will get to the inside. Gets deep enough down there, but not quite able to pull it off. He'll target it, try and get the move done, though, at the crest of the hill at turn 3.
Better exit round the outside, though, for Billy Mole. You can tell that Mole is in trouble here. He's obviously not the quickest car in the pack and just making these tiny little errors, but I'm sure that he'll be able to hold them off nicely. Jaden Green, meanwhile, in the second of the Project 36 Mustangs, is all the way down at the back of the field, last car running, and looks like he's fully on his own for the time being. His teammate Angus Lawford right up the front. Keep an eye out for Jackson Barry. That's going to be massive as we see what happened here. All the way at the back of the field for Jaden Green. A bit too deep and almost making contact with the 006 of, oh my god. Yeah, there we go. That's what happened there. 005, was it? No. Yeah, 006 of Rick Sebra. That's the one. Unfortunate there. Contact on the exit of 10A and 10B is a little catch of the grass there for Billy Mole. He's already been passed by Craig Schultz, and now there goes Mark Poynton and Rob Chrisdale swapping places. What were we saying? The swap would have had to happen sooner rather than later, and now Poynton takes point.
Yeah, he's got an opportunity again to be the first guy in the pack now to have a crack at Billy Mole. Again, we're just seeing Mole just being that little bit vulnerable, but now Mole's got a touch of draft, might be okay, but his tyres have just been really, really worked hard in those last few corners. So the problem for Mole is he's got no rear grip available to him at the moment, and you can just see it, the car just wandering all over the road, not quite able to turn it in, keep it glued as well as he'd like.
Yeah, I think it's only a matter of time before Poynton and Chrisdale find their way past him, and Damien Cairns has been sitting right on the back of them this whole time. It looks like he might be falling under some pressure shortly from Andrew Ritchie and Peter Pavlovich. Brendan Ross is also there as well in the 444. There's a lot of potential for this battle to go off, but you see how much faster Schultz is. Look at the gap that he's gotten already as the slipstream is on for Damien Cairns. Chrisdale covers it. Not able to get past is the Accelerate Sim Racing 188. We'll have to wait for yet another opportunity with 8 laps now remaining.
Opportunities are now running out. Top 3 now have skip clear, so they can just decide whether or not they want to fight over it or whether or not they're just going to happy to sit 1, 2, 3 on the road, take up that opportunity to jump up and have a crack at split 1, because right now, you know Delaney will take it. I just don't know about the other two, whether or not they will, and that will decide how aggressive they're going to be.
Yeah, how aggressive do you want to be at Road Atlanta? Such a difficult circuit to make decisive moves at. Really easy circuit to defend at, as you pointed out earlier. And running side by side through those sweeping corners costs you a ton of time. But the lead still remains with Jay Brazier, who we saw in practice have some massive pace. Blake Delaney as well. Great potential. He is the fastest car of the top 3 at the moment. Ran 0.2 faster than Brazier on the last lap and is picking up slipstream wherever he goes. Angus Lawford is right there. It's a very consistent top 3. They're battling closely. For the moment, Blake Delaney is the one with the fastest lap of the race, and he'll be the one to pile the attack on Jay Brazier, I'm sure.
He's sitting there, and again, just lurking, watching. But again, he knows that he's going to be taking off a spot in top split. So what's the point in pressing on? What's the point in trying to take a risky move? So he won't take a risky move. The only way he'll take a move is if it's absolutely on. So that'll change the mindset, change the thinking just a little bit. Poynton's still boxed in. Mole's started to recover as well, so he's starting to move his way a little bit further forward.
And racing incident deemed between Billy Mole and the other driver involved in this incident, Ocean Colangelo. Meanwhile, she's got a right good run on Vincent Skillbeck at the moment. Skillbeck, remember, restarted this race behind the safety car in P6, but there was that unfortunate contact with Billy Mole, which was deemed a racing incident by race control. So Skillbeck will get no recourse for that. He's going to have to try and fight his way forward. We'll see what Colangelo will be able to do as it's side by side between Mole and Mark Poynton. Racing line for Poynton. Just fling it around the outside at 10A. You have the inside for 10B. Park it on the apex, and Mole cannot respond.
That's the strategy. One big opportunity every lap. Other than that, there's a couple of half opportunities, but you've got to be significantly alongside to be able to set yourself up to take them. And that's what Mark's thinking. He's just going, I just can't get close enough at the moment, one of these opportunities. What I say to those drivers then is look for where they're weak. If they're really, really weak in a particular area, just show the nose sometimes. You force them offline, get in their headspace, and that's enough to get the move done, or at least get a fraction closer. So next time you get to the major passing opportunity, you can send it down the inside.
Very close fight indeed. Is there any kind of response that we'll be able to see from Billy Mole as the incident between Rick Sebra and Jaden Green is currently under review by race control? We saw that on the replay. Green getting spun, coming across on Steve Vella out of 10A and 10B. The lead gap is closing. Jay Brazier was the fastest car of the top three on the previous lap, but we'll have 5 to go when they come to the line. This is where Blake Delaney is really going to start dialing up the aggression. There's barely half a car length, if that, between our leaders as they cross the line.
There'll be 5 more laps left to run as well this time by, so starting to run out of... Sorry, it becomes 6 more laps left to run. No, it does become 5. I did read that one correctly straight away. Right, so now, do you get a little bit more aggressive? Well, you're there and you're thereabouts. Now he's just trying to fill that mirror. Force him to cover. Force him to cover. Now I'll slide it up the inside. All of this setup work that Blake's doing is not to get the move done here at the crest of the hill at turn 3. It's to get him offline and losing a little bit of pace all the way through the S's to where he was weak when he was following him before.
Look at how smooth Delaney is. He's barely putting any more steering lock in than he needs to through a lot of these corners. And he's searching for a move. Moving around in Brazier's mirrors to try and psych him out. See his turn in for turn 7. He just gives it a couple of goes at it, bounces across the curbs, and then is immediately back on the power and in the slipstream, coming down the back stretch over the crest, which used to be a lot harsher than it is today. No airborne stuff here in V8 SCOPS. The momentum is there. The door is open. But Delaney decides not to walk through it. He's waiting for the opportunity on the final lap. Maybe a better opportunity will present itself.
The other opportunity is that maybe Blake Delaney underfilled the car a little bit and he did need to do some fuel saving. Should be unable to check that box off by now, though. And it should be full-on push to the end. But that's somehow one of the ways he might have gone for a little bit of track position. Could move it deep in the pack here, too.
Colangelo makes the move on Dane Northdurf there. Has to go a little defensive on the exit of 10B, but a good move there for Ocean. See if she can fight her way back forward to Skillbeck, who's managed to get a massive gap over her. Looked like a bit of an exchange there between herself, Northdurf, Wedding, and maybe Bradbury as well. So 4 to go for our leaders up the front of this field. You can tell that Brazier is pushing as hard as he can. He made mistakes early on in the race, but come the pit stop, he absolutely nailed it. And all he has to do is work the clear track ahead of him, defend if need be. Angus Lawford, our pole sitter, still right behind and looking to take advantage should there be any contact or even any side-by-side running between Brazier and Delaney. Blake's not close enough for a move this time by.
So loses another opportunity. That lap will now sort of pass by and no more further opportunity to overtake on that one. A little bit wide though now from Jay Brazier, so this is the opportunity that Delaney was looking for.
Yeah, a little bit of a straight line there, and there he goes to the lead, coming out of the final turn and leads across the line. Great stuff from Blake Delaney, but Brazier is going to try and fight him. He's going to pinch him. Get a narrow entry into the opening corner. Lawford's going to be the one who takes advantage. Brazier is back to third place in the space of just 2 corners.
Yeah, but still good enough to qualify at the moment. He's got to remember that. Yes, he got a little bit offline. Yes, he made one mistake on the run down to 10A. Pinched the front brake, a little bit of a puff of smoke, ran a touch wide, and that's what set this one up. Get yourself back in line. Not over yet, champ, and have another crack at these guys.
All right, here we go. It is time. Rick Sebra, meanwhile, making his third visit to pit lane. It's not been a good race for him. That's a drive-through that Rick Sebra has been given there. And, well, a very torrid night will shortly, mercifully, come to a close for him. But for now, that's your top three. Those are the drivers who'll be making their way into Split 1 later on tonight. Delaney, Lawford and Brazier. The question is, what order are they going to finish in? Coming up on 2 laps to go at the front of this field. It's been a brilliant run from Jackson Barry as well. Let's not forget the man in 4th. The number 48 has been very fast in this race, up 3 spots from where he started. And he'll just be kicking himself, I think, that the gap isn't that little bit smaller, because it looks like he's making his way forward very nicely. He ran a second faster than Brazier on that lap.
Yeah, well, Brazier got checked up a lot on that most recent lap. That was when everything went through and happened. So Brazier will get the opportunity to settle himself back down now. He's definitely losing a little bit more time as he gets a touch offline through the S's yet again. But the thing is, for Jackson Barry, it's too much. He was too far down. Should you try to go for some spots prior to the pit stop? Tough. He was in a reasonable little spot. Could have gained with a nice clean pit stop. Just not able to. But yeah, you feel for him. Could have finished a little bit stronger here.
Oh, still not quite over just yet for Jay Brazier. Lovely smooth exit from turn 7. Angus Lawford starting to lose touch with Blake Delaney, whose lead is now out to over 7/10 of a second. And Lawford's going to have to go defensive here. He was able to take advantage in the little exchange at turn 1, but Brazier's going to show the nose a little bit. Not close enough to get the move done. He would have been hoping to force Lawford into a mistake there, but ultimately it didn't work. The white flag is out. Barney's waving it, and Blake Delaney will be the man who greets him there. And Barney swaps it for the checkered. Who will be in the lead? At the moment, it's looking like Delaney has this in the bag, but we don't want to speak too soon.
No, that's it. Commentator's curse always comes back to bite people that do that. So Barry's run a reasonable race. I think he's made good ground to these guys. I think the teammates that are around him will sit here and go, yeah, look, that's probably actually not too bad for the amount of time on the car, but still some work to do. Eclipse Sim Sports, they don't just pick up anyone. They make a concerted effort to pick up strong drivers they think that they are absolutely going to work their way forwards and fit their cultural requirements as well.
All right. Here we go then into turn 6. Super fast corner, banked a little bit too. You can carry so much speed through it. And you're immediately on the brakes into turn 7 there. And it's all about the exit. All the way across the curb in the background for Jackson Barry, who will get his gap into about 2.7 seconds behind the podium places. And for the moment, unless it's a massive dive and you somehow double the grip and the braking power of these cars, that's the only way that you'd be able to get a move done there. For the time being, it's just a matter of putting the power down and going up through the gears for Blake Delaney. The man who started in 3rd will come across the line in 1st. And Blake Delaney is your winner of Split 2 with Lawford and Brazier behind. They get the golden ticket in the Split 1. Jackson Barry, brilliant drive to 4th. Craig Schultz, he'll be hoping for better, crossing the line in P5. Crisdale's going to win the battle for 8th spot. Richie Cairns and Pavlovich behind him. And then it's just a case of sorting out the rest of the battles down through 10A and 10B. Incredibly close between Colangelo and Wedding for P14. And there was one more little bit of drama here with a big potential move happening for the 808 of Crisdale and Damien Cairns as well. It resulted in a brilliant run from Andrew Ritchie. He wasn't quite able to get past Crisdale at the end, but it's all about taking advantage of whatever chance you can get towards the end of a race. Well, Fishy Motorsport is on top in Split 2 here. Blake Delaney will burn up those rear tyres all the way. He doesn't need them anymore. And with that, we can run through our results. So it's Delaney, Lawford, and Brazier, your top 3. They will get the golden ticket. If they desire, they can take part in Split 1 later on. Barry and Schultz round out your top 5, with Poynton taking 6th place, Billy Mole gaining 2 spots to finish in 7th. Chris Dale recovers to finish in 8th, where he started, with Richie and Cairns rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, we'll throw it over Leaf outside the top 10. Get out to 11th. Peter Pavlovich made spaces throughout the race. Reasonable spot there for him. Brendan Ross, Vincent Skilbeck, Ocean Coliangelo, Lewis Wedding, Dave Northrop, Robbie Bradbury, Stephen Banks, Steve Vella, and Jaden Green rounding out your top 20.
And it was rounded out by Brendan Murdoch and Tristo Yelland, the last 2 drivers to cross the line. Retirement from Rick Sebra laid on with a drive-through penalty, and Dean Powell getting involved in an incident, no fault of his own, but straight into the tyre bundles, and retiring from the race due to damage, bringing out the safety car in the process. Well, that's going to conclude Split 2 for the time being, but don't go away, because we have got a whole round's worth of Split 1 action yet to come here in V8SCOPS Round 10 at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. The Endurance Cup beckons. We got to run this round first, and what a round it's going to be.
2024 will be available September 17th. Pre-order your copy today.
You're watching SimSpeed TV, the 10th round of V8SCOPS for 2024. Split 2 already run and done here at Road Atlanta. And starting on pole, ultimately finishing third, was Angus Lawford. Actually second, my apologies, Angus. A good race from you, and ultimately it came down to the pit cycle, but you were right in it all the way to the end.
Yeah, I was just first experience along with these guys, and I was happy to get off the line really good and try and set into a rhythm, and yeah, they got me on the line, and from that point on it was just a really good experience. Sorry.
Yeah, your first opportunity to race against these guys, and it looks like you're going to be in the golden ticket era as well. You're going to be able to race in Split 1 in just a few moments' time if you so desire. So, pretty solid debut, all things considered.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Unfortunately, I can't do Split 1 tonight, as I've got the qualifiers for the Australian NASCAR esports on in about an hour, so unfortunately I wouldn't be able to do that, which is disappointing because I was having a lot of fun out there.
Yeah, we were having a lot of fun watching you, Angus. Can we expect you and your team to make an appearance at the Enduros starting in some weeks' time?
Yeah, so as it stands at the moment, I will be doing some co-driving for Connor Nixon. So that should be good. And
Nice.
Next season I'm planning on coming in to do a full season as well. So this is our little taste tester before the Enduros and go forward from there.
Lovely stuff. Project 36 going to be making their full debut in 2025. Well, thanks very much for joining us, Angus. Congratulations on your P2 finish and your pole position as well. Is there anyone you'd like to thank before we let you go?
I'd just like to thank the team of Project 36 and our sponsors with simrigs.com, Quokka mouse pads, as well as CC Forged and Cataclysm gaming PCs. So yeah, Thank you for that.
Okay, thanks very much, Angus, and enjoy the rest of your night as well as the race that you got coming up.
No worries, mate. You have a good night as well. Thank you.
Angus Lawford there, finishing P2 on debut in V8SCOPS Split 2. Well, I'm Reese Gardner, Scott Rankin with me in the comms box. If you're just joining us, Scott, let's go through the format then for this sprint round that we're having for round 10. All races are 15 laps long, but progressive grid for races 1 and 2, and the grid for race 3 is going to be based on the round points thus far, so you got to make sure you finish consistently.
Yeah, that's the big key, is just making sure that you keep chalking up points, keep putting yourselves in a really, really good spot. And, I mean, at the end of the day, you can say, oh, my night's not over should something happen in race 1 or race 2, but if it happens in race 1, you're starting on the back foot for race 2, you've certainly got to get your night rolling again. If it happens in race 2, you kind of get a semi-reset, not a complete reset, but, yeah, an opportunity to keep moving your way forwards, and Road Atlanta, Pro V8 Supercar drivers, and a sprint race format. Always, we're talking, there's always something that happens around here. 3 opportunities to get a standing start and something to happen in the mid-pack.
Yeah, exactly. V8SCOPS this season has been the James Scott show presented by Lobs Esports, effectively. James Scott dominant at the top of the championship standings with his teammate Dylan Rudd just behind him. Rayan Leonage, meanwhile, in 3rd spot ahead of Trans-Tasman Racing's Jake Maloney, with Blake Warboys rounding out the top 5 in the standings. There's been some really good drives from drivers that I've seen over the years continue to get better and better. We have, of course, the drivers up the very top, such as Scott and Leonage, but I've been very impressed with Blake Warboys, Chris Coxhead, and Brenton Hobson this season in particular, as well as Zach Rattray White. Big pace boost once Vermilion made their huge expansion earlier in the year.
I think the big thing from Rattray White is he's just spending so much time behind the wheel lately. He's just getting so much better in terms of what he's currently capable of. So, you know, I've said it multiple different times that the guy's just driving so often, so much, but he had to do that this year to really step himself up, and he certainly made that jump. And, you know, if you were to start the season now, in terms of pace, he'd actually be a shot at a podium in the overall championship as well, which is really, really cool to say.
Yeah, certainly is. Remember that the 2 drop rounds are provisionally counted in these points, so we don't have to worry about all this faffing about saying, oh, well, you know, if we drop their rounds, they might be different. No, we've already dropped the 2 worst rounds for all the drivers so far in these points, and we've got Enduro season coming up where the races are worth much more in terms of points. It's going to be a magnificent end to the V8SCOPS season. We've got Imola, we've got Sandown, and then we got Mount Panorama to end off the season. But first, Scott, let's take another look at this round's track, Road Atlanta. A brilliant circuit in every sense of the word. I absolutely love this place.
Yeah, it's brilliant, isn't it? Just outside of Atlanta, this racetrack has so much elevation change to it. When you take a look at the place on the surface, you look at that track map and you go, oh, it's a little bit flowing, kind of fast, there's not really a whole much going on. Then you tilt it a little bit on the side. You get all the rise and fall through the first and second sectors. Then you bounce your way all across the curbing all the way down at turn 5. Really technical. Got to get the car pivoted in, got to use the curb on the right, and then back on the left as well. Then you use all the curb on the right-hand side once again. Turn 6, the car just wants to get away from you and run up the hill. It doesn't necessarily want to set itself up nicely. At 7, you've got to get the car pointed early. It's sharper than a 90-degree corner. It's actually less than 90 degrees in there, and you've got to run it all the way out to the exit. Make sure that you're right on, you know, that curbing. Carry as much speed as you possibly can. Big run down the back. Straight away 10A and 10B. Your premium overtaking opportunity. But this chicane you can follow too wide through, and you want to be on the inside at 10B because it rewards you with the inside at 12.
Yeah, it certainly does. We saw that plenty of times in the Split 2 race. And it's worth pointing out, as we saw on the round format graphic earlier, that there are no pit stops for Split 1. None required anyway. 3 15-lap races, out-and-out sprints all the way to the end. It's going to be massive, the racing that we see here. If you thought Split 2 was exciting for moves, wait till you see what's yet to come here. With 11 minutes to go in practice, James Scott is on top. Dylan Burse, meanwhile, in the number 68, doing very well in the Eclipse Sim Sports Commodore there. And the track is a lot hotter as well than it was in Split 2. We saw pretty cold track temperatures by V8SCOPS standards in Split 2 early in the morning, but here in the mid-afternoon, just gone past 3 p.m. in sim time, over 40 degrees track temperature. And it's going to be hot, it's going to be dry, it's going to be a matter of using those tyres to the maximum, but being careful that you don't run out of grip at the end.
15 minutes short, you know, the short, sharp races, aren't they? We're going to be seeing a lot of that opportunity for 15 laps. Short, sharp races, but enough time to let the tyres fall away from you if you overwork them in those first few laps. Break this one down into 3 little segments for each of these races. First 5 laps, look after the tyre, make sure you maintain your track position, get that first lap out of the way. Middle 5 laps, try and get a little bit closer, but again, you're still trying to make sure that you've got some tyre to fight with. Last 5 laps, all guns blazing. If you've got tyre left, time to burn it up because you can't use them again at the tail end of the race. That's how I'll be looking at this one tonight.
Yeah, indeed. For now, though, keep our eyes peeled on how practice goes for the drivers around here. We were riding on board just a moment ago with young Rehan Leonage, currently 3rd in the championship, and looking for a lap time here in practice. Practice only went up about 10 minutes ago, so he's got still got a little bit to go to set his lap times. James Scott has now lost that provisional P1 time in practice. Dylan Burse going a little bit faster. Remember, we've got a qualifying session coming up, a split qualifying session. It's good for the drivers to be getting these lap times in practice, because they need an idea as to what kinds of track conditions they'll be racing on when they get into that qualifying session.
Yeah, and is it time to make just maybe a final tweak? Is the track temperature a little bit higher than what you thought? That's going to necessitate a last-minute setup change and adjustment to the way that you do things. Is it maybe a little bit cooler than you necessarily thought? Is that going to facilitate a little bit of a change as well? But yeah, Burst has been really, really quick. He's had a lot of opportunity to get in the car of late, and again, another driver that's sort of picking his way through, starting to bring things all together. Leonage, fastest of our pre-qualifiers on the way in here tonight. Huge confidence boost to him. Again, doing all the things that he's got to do to make himself one of the superstars of the future. The big thing that's got to come, I think tonight might be the night. If he can just put his car in the right positions, if he can qualify well, a race victory beckons. But again, he's got to survive those first few lap dramas. He's got to settle himself in. Once he builds that confidence level, the nerves just become less and less of a factor the more often you do this.
Yeah, of course. You do anything enough and you'll get good at it. Sometimes the nerves tend to last a little bit longer. Well, James Scott starting off on another lap here in the Lobs Esports car, as it looks like Kurt Stenberg has just gone to a fantastic position himself, up to P6 in the Trans-Tasman Racing Mustang. We've had, I think, quite a few of drivers that we haven't seen in a while in V8SCOPS come back here, because this is the last round before the Endurance Cup. It's going to be the Imola 500 to start things off, and it's going to be a difficult one indeed. This one, you know, I've always enjoyed the Imola 500. It'll be taking place in about 21 days' time. That's 3 weeks. So it's good preparation to be jumping in, getting your eye in for what the relative pace of the field is like, how drivers race. You know, you often see that year on year, drivers making their way in and preparing for the Enduros with a run at the previous round.
But the other side of the coin, it's returning to a track that's hosted the Enduros for the series in years gone by. So we do have somewhat of a form guide going in, but you sit down and you look at that form guide. I think 2024 has been a year that defies that form guide quite a lot. Yeah, look, in Scops we certainly had a little bit more of the following along to it. James Scott over here has just dominated all season long, which has been great from that perspective. But then you look around him and you're going, hang on, where are the drivers that we sort of expect to be up here, and they're not? And you have a look at Trans-Tasman. Well, Trans-Tasman have basically put a line through this year and just gone, you know what, we all need a break. You know, and they've really relaxed a lot more and taken that back seat. I think they'll be back with a vengeance for Gen 3. I really, really do. And part of that necessitates taking a break. Because if you go so hard through the last era of Gen 2, you're going to pop out in Gen 3 and be really, really worn out. Figuring out a new car and loading a lot of hours and logging a lot of hours into that, it does take it away from you, and all of a sudden just not enjoying the racing from the get-go. And you might find yourself just on the outer very, very quickly and going, I'm done with this, you know, and walking away forever. So really good opportunity for them. That's, you know, management from their side of the garage. But that also presents an opportunity to see some new names creeping to the fore. And we're definitely seeing bits and pieces of that this year. I think one of the most interesting years on record, because there was a lot of debate about would we have Gen 3 halfway through the year, hasn't eventuated. Now we're reasonably locked in that we're going to have it towards the tail end of the year, and then, you know, think about a couple months' time, they'll be scanning the Adelaide 500 circuit. How long before we see that one out? Because that's going to be a circuit that is going to be uniquely loved when you think of everyone and what they look at from an Australian sim racing perspective and tracks perspective. It's one of the few tracks that is actually recognised internationally, and that is the big, big key.
Yeah, it is the big, big key. Of course, it's also there's also potential for the Bend coming very soon as well. So the Australian Tracks roster is expanding on iRacing, combined with the Gen 3 cars, which, yeah, like you say, they initially thought that they'd be slated for a release this season, but it has been pushed back. They're very close though, getting very close. It's going to be awesome to see, and it's likely that this year's V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000 in November is going to be the final major race in these cars in the sim world. These cars have not raced in the real world for a couple of years now, and I think, you know, it'll be a massive send-off for them to end it at Bathurst.
Well, just think about the era, the generations, and the manufacturers that are on these cars. We're looking at the Holden logo on the front end of a supercar for what is likely to be the 4th last time in SCOPS history.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
that's huge, isn't it?
It comes with memories, it comes with commiserations, it comes with ideas, it comes with the end of car culture as a lot of us knew it growing up, you know? So I'm lucky enough to be in a household where I look down in my dad's garage at the moment, and he had 2 cars out and working on them and looking at them today, and there was a Holden Commodore Calais and also a Ford Escort, you know, in the garage, and Dad was working to get the Ford Escort registered for another year, you know, so I've got a very, very lucky position where I get to see two very iconic cars from an interesting era within our car culture going forward, and think about Rehan Leonage and what he's grown up around. You know, a lot of his car culture and a lot of his learning and understanding is now going to be on Camaros and Mustangs and a Toyota Supra into the near future, and that's just the way that, you know, things have gone into the future. That's really interesting to talk about. There you go. I just learned something about today. I'm going to have to harass him about that on the next podcast episode. Apparently, the Ford Escort was Jay Kennedy's first ever car.
Yeah, righto. My first car was a Ford as well, but it was a Focus. I missed that car. It was really good. And my family's second car when I was a little boy was a 1994 or 95 VR Commodore. So, you know, Holden's been very close to my heart as well. It'll be a shame to see these cars go, but you know, at the end of the day, they're not really going, are they? They're still going to be part of the iRacing service. They'll be put back to legacy content, of course, but you'll still be able to drive them anytime you like. You'll still be able to set up a league with them if you so desire.
Yeah, well, they said that about the 991 Porsche Cup car, and I'm still waiting for my 991 Porsche Cup car. So, you know.
Well, look, they put the old Commodore and Falcon to legacy content, and the 2009 Ford Falcon is legacy content as well. So if they took these cars away fully, I think the entire Aussie sim racing community would riot.
Yeah, but that's unique as well. You know, the fact that we've been supported as a culture is by capturing and preserving Oran Park, Pukekohe, and these cars as well. You know, that's so unique. I had a real thing for. There's a couple cars actually floating around on iRacing that I really enjoyed. The 991 was obviously one of those, but BMW Z4. I remember back to my first ever racing game was IndyCar, Papyrus IndyCar on a Windows 95 machine, but my second ever racing game was Need for Speed High Stakes, and BMW Z4 was my favorite car from that game, in that I picked it up a lot. So, you know, that car's captured its all its glory. I got to race it a few times and win an Enduro, and you know, so everyone's got memories attached to a bunch of bits and pieces of these cars, and then you've got cars like the Aston Martin GT1s as well. You know, so again, just to celebrate. A lot of the thing when I talk to a lot of people is I talk about sim racing, and I've actually been talking to a lot of people. I've been meeting a lot of new people lately as moved towns, and I talk to them, and realistically what I tell them about sim racing is we're all just big car nuts, and we're just driving them. And for the guys that are here in the comm box, we're just big car nuts that just talk about them all the time, and that's, you know, that's what I like about what we do.
Yeah, that's what I like as well. That's the end of practice then, and James Scott on top, only half a tenth ahead of Dylan Burst though, so Eclipse Sim Sport might be bringing it to Lobs today. We'll have to wait and see on that. Leonage, Gibbs and Nixon rounding out the top 5. Some good performances as well from Zach Rattray-White, Paul Young, Blake Warboys, Jake O'Reilly in the Vermilion Esports 222 right up there as well. Just missing out on the top 10 in practice, Kurt Stenberg, and he is not too far ahead of Brett Loxton as well, part of Team Jinx Shifters, coming back to full-time V8SCOPS competition this year. Some interesting performances in the midfield for the likes of Kenneth Latter and Matt Morris. They'll want to improve a little bit on that in qualifying, and that's going to bring things to an end for practice. Now we start for the qualifying session. most of our field out there at the moment. These are the drivers who did not make it into the top of pre-qualifying. Positions 16 to 32 in pre-qualifying, plus the split 2 podium. Now, we already know that Angus Lawford is not going to be racing, so at the very least we'll have Jay Brazier and Blake Delaney potentially getting in there as well. I do see Brazier in the session. I'm searching for Delaney. I see him there too.
Yeah,
so
I
there
saw
we
the
go.
car rolling in a pit lane, so I knew that he would be here.
Yep. Well, we are away then for the first stage of qualifying. First lap's about to be set on the board. Byron Phillips for Eclipse Sim Sports going to be the first of our drivers to start a lap here at Road Atlanta as late as you like on the brakes coming into turn 1. Got to be careful not to get too far up on that curb because it can unsettle you and induce some understeer. Aim for the tree and turn in for turn 3. That tree there at the apex of that corner is usually the point that I use to figure out where to brake and turn in. Through the S's, up through turn 5. Take all of the curb and then some if you dare, but I think Byron Phillips potentially overstretched it a little there.
Yeah, so might have picked himself up that little bit of an off track now. He'll have to settle himself down again, pick it back up, rebalance, resettle himself and go once again. So it's all about timing, all about not picking up that off track. And we talked about getting the drive out here, using some of the curb, but not a lot of the curb, running it all the way out to the edges, the rest of the car can get away from you.
Yeah, indeed. Brilliant stuff. Well, Byron Phillips to the end of the lap. Braking as late as possible, foot to the floor on the brake pedal, almost going through the firewall is how deep you're braking into 10A and 10B. And it looks like that lap is not to Byron Phillips' standards. He definitely would have gotten an off-track somewhere along the line, so it's going to be left to the likes of James Chastaneuf to get to the line first. Connor Nixon is your fastest man for a brief moment before Shasti goes to the top, and then Kurt Stenberg as well. Kurt Stenberg in the 47, driving a blue car. It's the first time I've seen Stenny in a blue car in a very long time. James Chastaneuf and Paul Young round out your top 3 as Brett Loxton gets into P4. 12 drivers setting times so far, and it's looking rather competitive at the top.
Indeed it is, and yeah, Stenny gets there, gets to the top of things, and Chastaneuf close, but not quite there. There's going to be a few more lap times coming through at the back end of the session. And no one able to go out and pip him at this point in time. They all sort of feed into the mid-range in terms of things. But how's the early laps from Brazier and Delaney? Well and truly inside the top 10. So they definitely had speed, just couldn't show it during pre-qual.
Yeah. We'll see what kind of pace ends up eventuating from the majority of these drivers. It's all well and good when you only have 4 laps over 3 days to try and get a time in, but when you have that extra pressure in a proper qualifying session for an event like this, it can go either way. Sometimes you can use that pressure as fuel to go faster, or it can get to you and you can fall apart. I'm sure that a lot of these drivers are fueled by the pressure though. Brett Loxton coming to the end of his next lap, already setting a time good enough for 4th. He's going to come straight back into the pits. Considering how warm the track is, we're only going to see, I think, 1 lap at a time from the drivers. It has come down a bit from practice, but it's still 38 Celsius.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a very, very hot track. It just dipped for a few moments down to about 37 degrees Celsius in terms of track temp, and then it's risen yet again. Server time, 3:30 p.m., just a touch before 3:30 p.m. In the sim. So exceptionally high UV rate that's being laid down on the track. So it is certainly coming down. Byron Phillips is going to have a crack at his first lap here after abandoning that first run. And got through the first sector nice and easily, so an opportunity to improve here.
All right, through turn 5 we come, and he's rather smooth, isn't he? I thought he'd be working the wheel a lot harder on this initial lap, but he's looking good for the time being. Barely looks like he's pushing it at all, but a tiny bit of understeer in turn 6 it looks like. Maybe entered a tiny bit too fast. As we mentioned in split 2 though, it's all about the traction coming out of turn 7. That's where you're going to gain and lose probably the most time around this lap, because you've got the whole back stretch to think about what you just did.
Yeah, a lot of time sitting by yourself, having things tick over, get down here into the back end of the corners, park it up at 10.8, then try and accelerate it and carry the speed through 10B. You can use so much of the curb, you touch of grass. Did he cancel a second lap? He has,
yes.
So...
It's not good there for Byron Phillips. Evidently struggling to get a time in this session. He's made a couple of mistakes, and you know, it's only a 15-minute initial session, and he's missed out on half of the time that you are allowed to set a time in these sort of split sessions in qualifying. We have just under 8 minutes to go in the first part, so Byron Phillips needs to get back out there instantly and get his time on the board. In fact, that's exactly what he's doing. He's just exiting pits now, and he will have some clear air that he'll be able to take advantage of. For now, we'll focus on Aiden Kale in the number 15. Aiden has had plenty of experience racing this year in the V8SCOPS Support Series, racing in the GTC and the V8s, and we know how quick he is. Currently 8th in this session, and if he can find a few tenths on this lap, he'll be knocking on the door of the top 3.
Yeah, switcher teams as well mid-season, moved away from Race on Oz where he sort of cut his teeth, found himself, now finds himself numbered among the Vermilion esports drivers, and a really, really big opportunity that is for him as well. But the problem being, now you've switched teams. The big thing is there's now a few guys on that old team that look at you and go, all right, well, there's somebody out on track that I've got just a touch worth less respect for. That comes with moving it around in terms of moving teams. That's just part and parcel. You take up a good opportunity, and sometimes it comes back to bite you, but he's got a huge opportunity here, and I really wish him all the best for that one, Aiden Kale. Ooh.
Yes. Whoa, there we go. Connor Nixon to the very top, 19.4. Loxton made a big improvement, as well as Ewan Baker now sitting 4th and 6th respectively. Hayden Sell and Jamie Dyke go up. So does Jay Brazier, who finished 3rd and split 2, now P7. And there goes Byron Phillips across the line to begin what we hope is going to be the qualifying lap that puts him on the board.
Yeah, well, he's going to need one now because now he is running out of time. The benefit, though, is a 1 minute 20-second lap. Under a 1 minute 20-second lap means a lot of opportunity to try and get that lap in within the session. If this was, say, Road America, this was Bathurst, the opportunities would already be gone. He'd be on last chance run, so...
Yeah, indeed. Pressure's on here for the number 49, flashing the lights. He obviously sees the in-lap for James Chastaneuf there and wants to be let pass, but you never know. He could run this to his benefit, get a little bit of slipstream, but Shasty's going to jump out of the way quite early and let Byron Phillips go. First sector looks good, apparently, from what we're hearing from our producer, Jay Kennedy. So let's go through to the end of the lap here for the Eclipse Sim Sports number 49. Hard on the brakes. And we'll see at the top of the hill whether or not he pulls it over to the pits or finally commits to the end of a qualifying lap. Oh man, I can hear the wheel spin coming across the curb there and across the crest, but across the line he comes, and it's going to be a 119.6 for Byron Phillips, P7.
And he was on the limit out of that last corner as well. So close to picking up that 1X across the grass that would have cost him that lap as well. Reasonable lap. You're right. Attacked it hard, but attacked it within the limits. He's still got an opportunity here to go out and try another lap.
Yep, good opportunity for Byron Phillips indeed. 5 minutes is more than enough time to get reset and then come back out again. Well, James Chastaneuf will be setting another time very shortly. Currently 3rd, and all he has to do is gain a 1/10 of a second, and he'll pass Connor Nixon for the top spot provisionally. That was a good time from Nixon, and it came almost out of nowhere. It's been a while since I've seen Connor Nixon in a V8SCOPS session, and good to see that he's lost none of his potential pace.
Yeah, I think he's finding himself again. He needed a break, absolutely needed a break in the middle of the year, and things were just not going his way. Everything sort of ran away from him, and sometimes you're going to step away, take that break, reset. He's done that now, so now he's switched back on. Now his focus is back on the V8 supercar, and yeah, clearly working for him at the moment. The big thing that he's got to manage is making sure that he stays with it. If he can stick with it, he'll continue to improve, but if he just gets that little bit burnt out again, well, that's the tough part about racing, isn't it? You've got to apply yourself consistently over a long period of time, particularly with this car, this package, to be good, and that's where he sits at the moment.
Oh, goodness, James Chastanet will be kicking himself there. He did improve on his time, but only by a thousandth or a couple of thousandths of a second. So ultimately it grants him very little in the battle for the top three there. Let's see what Kurt Stenberg can do to respond. He's got a long slipstream train ahead of him. Could potentially gain quite a bit there in the Cardiff X TTR number 47. I'm still not used to seeing Stenny in a blue car again. When I was teammates with him at Dayco Motorsport, he would drive blue cars, and that was all well and good, as it's a 119.3 for him, and Paul Young goes to the top. But Stenny's been driving red cars for a while. They say red ones go faster, but blue cars do as well, apparently.
Well, I mean, he's doing well. I'm enjoying this from Stenny. Again, could be another driver that's just searching for a little bit of a change. Sometimes you've got to change things up. There was so much debate and talk within the TTR group about all the older style liveries, the orange livery that they ran in the Logitech Pro Invitational, across a couple of the cars. The old Tats liveries as well came back for a reappearance, you know. And then, of course, the HRT-inspired liveries as well that Brady Myers and... it was Josh Anderson both ran. Yeah, so, you know, they've been on a real bender across older liveries, and, you know, everyone walks away from the end of that and goes, gee, there's one I really, really like to race, and they pull them back out again.
Yeah, nicely done. I'm informed that it is actually a throwback to the blue Dayco car, which makes me personally very happy. Miss being teammates with Stenny. Maloney, meanwhile, potentially has the yellow that he and Sam Sutton won at the 2015 SCOPS 1000 in. I remember that one too. That was a massive race and a massive victory for both of those drivers. So really awesome to see TTR throwing their support behind those throwback liveries for the drivers. For now, we've got a little bit of drama there for the number 82 of Hayden Sell, trying to find some space here on this particular lap, but evidently not finding it.
And the tricky part is they've just given the 2-minute warning as well, so anyone who's on pit lane at the moment sort of got a motor. We've got about 90 seconds to get out, which means the outlap's going to be quite aggressive.
Yeah, very aggressive outlaps indeed. You want to try and find your space, eke it out, make sure that you don't have too close of a gap to the car in front. Looks like that's exactly what Hayden Sell's trying to do there in the 9.5 Sim Sports number 82 Commodore. Well, we're going to have the 1-minute warning very shortly as our drivers make their way around to begin their next laps. Young and Stenberg are back out of the pits now, about halfway around the lap, to go and start their next laps. Byron Phillips apparently is on course for a very good lap time here. It's his second attempt at a qualifying lap. The first one put in provisional P7. This one is going to be a 19.6, and it's going to put him still provisional P7, though he did improve.
Yeah, so he improved by, you know, 3/4 of a tenth of a second, but not enough to sort of grab any time. Brett Loxton's into the 5s, and he's only just ahead of Byron Phillips as well. Ewan Baker sort of splits the two of those guys, but just having a quick look, I think Delaney's going to get the opportunity to start his lap. Blackburn should get it. Paul Young's a big old maybe. He's right on the cusp, and Stenberg, I think, as well.
3, 2, 1, and that is officially the end of the first group of qualifying. So who made it across the line in time is the question.
I don't necessarily feel like David Kirby would have made it across the line, but he's tight. Very, very tight. No, he did. He did. Just.
All right. Cool. Well, we'll keep an eye out to see what these improvements and performances are like. David Kirby was indeed the last car to get across the line. Okay then. we'll keep an eye on William Brown, who's going to be one of the first to come up to that final time. We've got a big group of cars behind him as well. We've got Jay Brazier, Jamie Dyke, Blake Delaney, Paul Young, Kurt Stenberg, Kirby, and that's about it for the end of qualifying. So, into the final couple of corners then for William Brown. Let's see what time he sets on the board.
Good drive through the chicane. No, it's better than the lap, so...
Dang, looks like they're all coming in. Apart from Blake Delaney, who stays out and slides across the line to set a 1:19.8. That's going to get him up to P13. Nicely done. For the time being, it doesn't look like there's much of any improvement from anybody. So a bit of a anticlimactic ending to the first part of qualifying, but we've still got a good amount of it to go.
Frustrating. For those guys, they all basically had to charge around on their outlap. So, yeah, they didn't get the opportunity to get the tyres and leave them right where they really, really wanted to. So your qualifying results sort of reflect that a little bit. Paul Young got the lap together. Good for him. Really good start from qualifying, but so did Kurt Stenberg. That's the best that Senni's looked in a little bit of time. Perhaps this could be an improvement from him. Who knows? Did they get the best of the conditions, Reese? And that's the big thing.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure that the temperatures will be ebbing and flowing for quite some time. The track's actually gone up a degree since we started the qualifying session. Dyke and Delaney, meanwhile, pretty much the same lap time, and it's very close indeed between the fishy cars. David Kirby only half a hundredth of a second behind his teammates there. So if nothing else, Fishy Motorsports has consistency on their side. 18 cars setting their times there in the first part of qualifying, and now we have that short little break between the sessions. The Porsche Mission R coming out for a bit of a reconnaissance run around the circuit, and we shall see who gets ultimate pole position. But those lap times that we've seen up the front from Paul Young and Kurt Stenberg, they're going to be tough to beat for a lot of these drivers.
Yeah, conditions, I've sort of maintained, there's still been a little bit of variance, enough of it. But yeah, the track temps stayed right up and around 39 degrees Celsius. It did dip for a few moments down to 37 degrees Celsius right at the start of this session, but there was no one actually on a flying lap when that actually happened, so no one actually got the opportunity to utilize those perfect conditions. I get the feeling though that it's just bobbling. It's just come down another half a degree yet again. So we are seeing some moving on the needle there.
Yeah, we are. Very minute, but if anything, it looks like it's going to be dipping ever so slightly over the next few minutes. That lack of action on the track potentially giving us a little bit more life in this circuit to see if those lap times will come down. The first cars are out. The number 68 of Dylan Burse will be the first to the line, and this is going to be very interesting to see, because Burse was certainly right on top in practice, but he wasn't that far ahead of James Scott, our championship leader. You know, Burse has been out of V8SCOPS for a bit, but he has lost none of the pace that he's demonstrated over multiple racing series in multiple high-profile international championships as well. Been great to see the international run that Eclipse SimSports has had in the last couple of years. But for now, on board with Dylan Burse as he comes into turn one. Just before the tarmac on the left is where you brake for turn one, and he stays middle of the road. Nice line coming up to turn two. At the curb, just off the curb is where you turn in for turn three, and he climbs over those curbs very nicely indeed. This Eclipse SimSports Commodore is looking stable.
Stable, accurate, quick, able to get on the power nice and early, carry the speed all the way to the apex as well. You've got to be able to ride the curbs so much around here. On the surface, again, we talked about the rise and the fall of this track. Well, it's also the curbing as well. If you've got a car that can't take that initial shock as the car hits those curbs and rides up and over them, well, you've not got a good car for Road Atlanta.
Looked like he pushed a little bit through turn six there. Couldn't quite get on the power on the way into seven, so don't know if Dylan Burse will commit to the end of this lap, but it'd be good to get a banker on. Doesn't seem like he's gotten an off track so far. So down at the back straight we come. It's not really a straight at all. It blends to the left and then to the right on the way into the 10A and 10B braking complex. Nice line out of the corners there for Dylan Burse, and he will commit to the end of this lap. We'll see what the banker is for the number 68 who topped practice. Across the line, it's a 1:19.4, so not quite what Young and Stenberg were able to do, as there's a 9.5 Mustang off in the background. But here come the big guns. Robert Gibbs gets into 6th place. James Scott immediately to the top on a 1:18.9. That's faster than anyone's run so far.
Yeah, Rayhan Leonage, you just saw it as well, came through, stuck down on 19.1. So you're going to see this timing sheet just sort of shuffle about a little bit as it all starts to settle and loads all the way back in. But oh boy, there's some quick lap times flying around at the moment.
Yeah, problem for Leonage is, though, that 19.1 didn't count. He got an off track on that lap somewhere, so that'll be frustrating for him. He'll have to wait a little bit to get that time properly on the board. For now, we're still waiting on lap times from Benjamin Smith, Ty Delaney, sorry, my apologies. Waiting on lap times from Zach Rattray White, Dylan Rudd, Justin Wallace, Matt Morris, Ryan Leonage, and Dylan O'Shea. Everyone else has set a time so far, but we're still looking for some big improvements from the likes of Dylan Burse and, of course, Ryan Leonage.
Yeah, Matt Morris as well. He got to set a time, and there was a few drivers who didn't set that time the first time by. Good time from Blake Warboy, shuffles himself up into 6th spot. So he's on with a flyer. Dylan Rudd, Dylan O'Shea, and Justin Wallace are all going to be on track out here together. This is this next little group.
Yes, just slowing down a bit here in these big temperatures. You know, you have a slow-ish out lap. It's good for the tyres. You're able to have a little more life in them when you get to the lap. You've obviously got to make sure that you get them reasonably close to their optimum temperature first, though. So I think they'll increase the pace as they come to the line. But the majority of the rest of the field are already back in the pits. They've gotten their tyres swapped, their cars reset, and they are back out on track now. And it looks like Burse is leading the way once again.
Have a look at these two guys, though, playing games. Neither of them wants to lead. Neither of them wants to be punching the hole in the air for the other one of them. But at the same time, they also don't want to let the other one get too far away. They want that opportunity to go, and then O'Shea's eventually just gone.
This will be interesting to see how much of that slipstream will be relevant in these ultimate fast qualifying laps. Well, O'Shea's going to bring up the pace, and away he goes. Hopefully for him, it will be a proper lap time where he won't be able to get himself an off track. Was a bit of a late start to the session for him, but the car's looking stable through Sector 1, and for now it looks like he's avoiding the off-tracks.
Yeah, and I was just noting that there was a warning just applied to Dylan Rudd, actually, for his first qualifying attempt. Try to get down the inside of Dylan O'Shea at the end of both of those drivers' first flyers, and that's what triggered both of these guys to be out of sequence, which is why we saw the games being played a little bit earlier on. It's also why O'Shea opted to accelerate away nice and early. He needed that gap because he just didn't want to be anywhere in and around Dylan Rudd whilst he was turning his lap. Wanted that margin.
Yeah, indeed. It seems Rudd is on a final warning from race control for reckless driving, so need to be very careful, do you, Mr. Rudd. Anyway, Mr. O'Shea will find his way down to the end of the lap again. This is what I love about Road Atlanta. It's long enough that there's a lot that happens around a lap, but it's short enough that before you know it, you're round to start another. It's one of the main reasons I love this place so much. O'Shea will commit to the end of the lap, and we'll see what time gets on the board for him. The number 19 sets a 1:19.4, and that is good enough for what is now 8th, with Dylan Rudd setting his first time, getting into 2nd place. Lobs Esports 1-2 at the front of the field. Justin Wallace makes it 11th fastest.
at good times again. People just starting to really get themselves in and get themselves sorted now. So all of those lap times starting to come on through. Leonage towards the back end of a lap here. He's got to make sure that this one counts because this gives him the time to go in and set another one. Reminder, hard cut at the end of this session as well. So when that timer pops up, it's all over.
Indeed it is. Here he goes, young Rayan to the line, and a 119.3. That'll put him in P3, but he's so close to getting ever closer to the Lobs Esports 1-2 at the front. It's 1-2 and sorry, it's not a Lobs Esports 1-2. Dylan Burst 119.193. So currently it's James Scott and Dylan Rudd who are the Lobs Esports drivers in first and fourth. There's too many Dylans in this field.
Yeah, they're just cropping up everywhere, aren't they? So anyway, here's what it is. Is all settling it down. Rudd's was at quite a quick time. Dylan O'Shea, okay, but I think he can definitely improve on that time. So there's definitely some room for work there, and the difficulty will be trying to find that one. Raw Boys is an interesting one. I always feel like he's just lurking about under the surface. He's one of those really, really consistent performers. I think tonight tends to go the way of drivers that go like that. And I think back earlier in the year to a V8 Vets round from Detroit Belle Isle, and Ken Latta didn't have a consistent night at all, and it all sort of fell by the wayside. So he'll be looking for another quick and consistent night here tonight.
Yeah, certainly will. Top 10 definitely on the cards for him. And this, I believe, is what got Dylan O'Shea the reckless driving warning. Goes through the grass at turn 9 and then just goes straight through the 10A and 10B chicane. He wanted to try and get ahead for the start of his lap, but you can't do it in that manner.
Yeah, so that explains that a lot more. I thought it was for the reckless driving in and around Dylan O'Shea, and yeah, it wasn't. So there was a lot more in that, which, yeah, that sort of explains a heck of a lot more. Either way, I'm glad they spotted it. I'm glad they called it out too, because, yeah, that's just sort of saying, hey, you're being watched. You're being watched like a hawk, and mind your P's and Q's.
Cross your T's, dot your I's, cross your A's, whatever, I don't know. We've got 7 minutes to go in qualifying, and which means there's probably about 2, maybe 3 more attempts at a hot lap from here if you leave the pits right now. So the pressure is on for the drivers. We're seeing Ty Delaney make his way to the start-finish line just behind Jacob O'Reilly, who still hasn't set a representative lap time. O'Reilly, remember, is in the top 10, I believe, in the championship. So we do have some good potential here for Jake. Just hasn't been able to set the time that we're expecting from him. 119.6 was his fastest in practice. He's currently a second off that in the qualifying standings.
Yeah, and Ty Delaney's struggled here tonight, so I think it's maybe potentially that little bit of a warmer track temperature. Remembering, he qualified inside that top 6, so he's qualified inside the top half of the field, but he sits 30th on the standing, both of these guys as well, so whatever they're capable of, neither of them is necessarily going to be able to find it in this session, and now it's going to come down to late runs to try and find what's left.
All right, down into 10A and 10B they come. So easy to brake just a tiny bit too late into this section. You have to nail the apex. Straight line in the run between the two corners. Here he comes then. And that brilliant, shiny Vermilion Esports machine. A 119.7. That's more like it for Jacob O'Reilly. But it's not quite enough to break into the top 20. Matt Morris still a 10th faster than him. Ty Delaney, meanwhile, setting a time good enough for 24th place. Here comes Dylan Burst to the line, meanwhile. Looks like he's just completed 10A and 10B, but he is not going to commit to that particular lap. We'll have to wait until the dying moments to see if he can take pole position away from James Scott.
Yeah, so there's still enough time for one more attempt. Dylan Rudd's going to get an opportunity at one more attempt as well. And Lienage has got a little bit of time to necessarily find him. Just keeping an eye on track temperature hasn't varied in the last couple of minutes. Scott's going to improve by a couple thousandths of a second, so the time is definitely out there. You just got to go out there and find it. How good's the time, though, from Matt Morris? That's the best he's looked this season.
Yeah, 11th place, 19.461, same time as Blake Warboys. We also saw Dylan O'Shea improve on that run. He's now on a 1:19.3 himself. That's only 3 thousandths of a second behind his fellow Dylan, Mr. Rudd. So we got 3 Dylans in the top 5. Good day to be Dylan.
Yeah. The problem is those two have been playing games in qualifying, so them starting next to each other on the grid, that's going to create some fireworks.
Yes, indeed. Well, we'll see how that turns out as time goes on. Under 4 minutes to go, and James Scott here will come up on Dylan O'Shea, and the 19 lets him go. It looks like O'Shea has gotten a warning himself. See this? Oh, here we go.
See what I talked about?
Yeah.
They've both been playing games with each other, so...
Yeah, that's not ideal. So the both of them make their way into the pit lane, and yeah, well, actually, I think we caught that for O'Shea on live pictures when that happened. I didn't realize that was the reason it happened. In any case, we'll move on in the last 3 minutes of qualifying to Robbie Gibbs in the number 2. Now, Robbie has a lot of potential to gain a ton of spots here. All he needs is a couple of tenths, and that'll get him right up near the top 5, if not even better. So we'll see what he can do from here. A little bit of traffic ahead of him just coming out of the pits. That'll be an unneeded distraction from him. Look like one of the Wobbs Esports cars there. But the Evolution Racing Team number 2 Mustang looks like he's struggling a little bit to get it turned in. He has to have a couple of goes at every single corner to really get it turned in like he wants, and man, sliding a bit too much across the top of the hill as well. It's going to be a challenge for him to gain that time. But Robbie also is the fastest in the final sector by far already in this session, and it looks like it's a purple first sector for him as well.
Yeah, so he's certainly making... It might not look pretty, but the car's working. The car is talking, and whether or not he's sort of, doing an older style Fernando Alonso style, where he turns it at the corner quite early, and then it grips up. Maybe that's just how you got to drive the car, or the way that his car's necessarily set up to get the pace out of it here. So either way, he's finding time. Now he's just got to make sure he puts the lap together.
Yeah, that was a very Fernando Alonso-like turn in for 10B there. And he's going to commit to the final corner very nicely. Looking for a low 1:19 here, and it's a 19.2 all the way up to P3 for Robbie Gibbs. That was a fantastic lap.
Yeah, very, very quick lap. Again, just turning it in and waiting for the front end to respond, and the front end was compliant in that car. For whatever reason, the way that car's been built, the way the car's been structured in the front end, it's turn it in, wait for the car to respond. It will respond. It just takes a little bit of time, and that sometimes can actually take away confidence from the driver. So race pace will be a little bit of a question mark over that car, I think.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what kind of race setup he's got on board that thing. Well, Zach Rattray White, a mere tenth and a bit behind Gibbs, is going to abandon his final qualifying lap, and Blake Warboys in a much brighter livery than he used to run. Up to P5. Beautiful stuff from Blake. Kenneth Latta gets into the top 10. And Jake O'Reilly and Ty Delaney both improved to 14th and 16th. Brilliant stuff at the end of the session for those guys. And now 30 seconds remain on the timer. I think it's the drivers in around this area here that James Scott is in that will be the last to set their times. Because remember, it's a hard cut to the end of the session.
Yeah, I think these might just be the final couple for sure. And Lienage got a reasonable run through the final couple of corners, the run of the start-finish line, although he's been towing James Scott around for the bulk of that lap. Scott not even using all the road at the last couple of corners either. Kept it quite shallow, and him still improved.
1:18.8 now for James Scott. He didn't even look like he was pushing. That's amazing. Well, checkered flag flies in qualifying. And this is going to be your grid for the first of our 3 races tonight at Road Atlanta. James Scott and Dylan Burse will be your front row. Lobs Esports and Eclipse Sim Sport. Just behind them, we will have Robbie Gibbs and Rehan Leonage. And lovely third and fourth run for the both of them there. Blake Warboys and Dylan Rudd starting in 5th and 6th. A magnificent job from the both of them as well. Dylan O'Shea will start in 7th with Zach Rattray White alongside him. And then moving further back, we have Kenneth Latta and Paul Young rounding out the top 10. Kurt Stenberg and Connor Nixon will be rounding out your top 12, Scott.
Yeah, have a look at the 3 drivers from that first group of qualifying as well. Matt Morris manages to put the Neuropower machine out of 13th. Jacob O'Reilly to his outside with a late lap to improve himself a mile. Justin Wallace from Ty Delaney out of 15th and 16th. Tyson Broad in the Orbit drop bear car alongside of James Chastanuff. And there'll be a few people in chat looking for Chasty to improve from there. Brett Loxton will be inside the top 20 and Benjamin Smith rounds out the top 20. Ewan Baker will be the first car outside of the 2020 first on the road, and Byron Phillips, all of those attempts at trying to set a lap, will have him for 22nd. Jay Brazier getting into top split, 23rd. And Tim Mulford out of 24th.
Hayden Sell starts in 25th place alongside Aidan Kale with Jamie Dyke, Blake Delaney and David Kirby, the Fishy Trio, all there in 27th to 29th. Sho Kanatake in the Phoenix Racing Team number 86 starts P30. And then we have Troy Stonestreet, Tyler Blackburn and William Brown rounding out our 33 car field for this one. Once again, Dan Yeaman in the race director's chair, Dan Stevens at the wheel of the safety car, the Proven Energy Porsche Mission R at the ready to make sure that he brings the field back under control if a driver can't make it back to the pits under their own power. This is a fantastic grid. I'm loving the sheer pace of the likes of Burse, Gibbs, Warboys, Latter as well, just in the top 10. Paul Young and Kurt Stenberg will be battling right at the end of the top 10 as well. I'm really excited for these 3 races to come.
Yeah, 3 by 15 minute sessions is going to be a really, really interesting one. This sort of, there's a lot of drama that can happen in the first couple minutes of a race, and we're going to get 3 different takes at trying to get this one set up. 3 short races, 3 quick and snappy ones, huge opportunities, and we'll see how they go, because look, there ain't no opportunity like a turn 1 lap 1.
Oh yeah, but turn 1 here is very fast, so it's often at turn 3 that you start seeing the chaos really erupt at Road Atlanta. It's a reasonable run to the first turn as well, because the start-finish line, as you can see, is right after the final corner. You're basically still exiting the final corner as you come across the start-finish line. So we will see then how all of this goes on the first lap of 15 here at Road Atlanta. Split 2 was pretty much the endurance part of the night. A 27-lap race with 1 compulsory pit stop. Now we have got a single 15-lap race per race. No pit stops required. And of course, everything's still in effect as per usual. Live race control, the no escape rule. If you crash and you can't get it going again, you have to request a tow, and that might bring out the safety car, which could certainly change the course of many people's entire nights. Last few seconds then, ticking down on the clock. And it's all going to be down to James Scott to see if he can be the first into turn 1. He was the fastest around the lap here by some margin. Can Dylan Burse and Robbie Gibbs challenge him? What can Ryan Leonage do from 4th? We're away. Brilliant start from James Scott. Burse, unfortunately, bogs down off the line immediately. Leonage up into 3rd. And Blake Warboys is going to get him too. Warboys going to be challenging for a position in the top 3 as they come into turn 1 for the first time. Good lead from James Scott. Robbie Gibbs is struggling a little bit for stability there across the curbs. And I think for now, Scott's gotten through the worst of it. And now he just needs to focus on building that gap.
I think just get the head down and pin the ears back a little bit, settle yourself into this one. But he's very, very good at it. You've seen that just about the entirety of this season. How good is this qualifying and early lap performance, though, from Robbie Gibbs? Won himself Logitech Invitational race at the start of the season to kick things off. Then he went quiet, but his performance over the last month has come back to the fore again. Now finds himself in second spot. Opportunity for a bank of points.
Yeah, big stuff indeed. Everyone falling into single file, coming down the backstretch for the first time, and it's definitely going to be on for second. It's certainly on for third, as Blake Warboys is going to try and round up Rehan Leonage here. First time into the braking zone, and there's a move from Dylan Rudd. He gets past Dylan Burst. Dylan is starting to drop here, and it looks like he'll be under fire from Dylan O'Shea and Kenneth Latter as well at the end of lap 1.
And remember, these three guys are going to be fired up from lap 1. Burst is trying to settle himself in terms of, getting a really, really poor launch. And O'Shea's a little bit fiery after coming out of qualifying as well. So this grouping right here could be where it all kicks off.
Yeah, certainly could be. Paul Young, meanwhile, having a go at Kenneth Latter, who had a bit of a scrappy end to the previous lap. O'Shea and Burst very close together, just behind Dylan Rudd there, and they might slow each other up, you never know, but it's on behind. Seeing there Jay Brazier right in the midst of this pack. Remember, Brazier finished third in split 2. He's back there with Ewan Baker, and oh my lord, he goes for a massive slide off of turn 5. Hayden Sell's going to squeeze up the inside at turn 6, give him a little bump on the way through. That sends Brazier wide, and here comes Ty Delaney to take advantage at turn 7.
Yeah, slides it down the inside, bobbles it across on the curb, doesn't quite get the car to purchase in the mid-corner and get the drive out the way that he necessarily would have wanted. And Brazier, his opening couple laps here in top split, really, really challenging for him. Now he's going to try and find a way to settle himself, calm himself back down, make sure he looks after the tyres.
This is what happened to Ty Delaney earlier on. He was sent a bit wide at turn 3 there, and that looked to be the second of the Eclipse Commodores. Playing a small part in that, Byron Phillips. So we'll see if there's any action from that from race control. But James Scott already on the pace here. Blake Warboys still trying to get past Rehan Leonage for the last position in the top 3. Well, I'm interested to see that James Scott hasn't really jumped away from these guys like I thought he would.
Yeah, not yet, but he's just starting to eke, and it's just little bits and pieces, lap after lap after lap. So he is getting there. He is going to start to pull away from these guys, but how good has Robbie Gibbs been? This is one of his better performances on the season as well. So he'll take this. This is a huge, huge opportunity for him, and a huge opportunity to put his foot forward. Like I said, big last couple months for him in terms of his pace. He's found a way to improve a lot and continue punching above his weight, and it's going to be more of that here tonight.
There's Ty Delaney still on the recovery here, trying to make his way past Tim Mulford, but Mulford has the inside line for turn 7. Delaney with the outside exit straightens up the car on the power earlier, better run down the straight, and he might get a little bit of a push here. You never know. Ty's trying his best here. Jamie Dyke, he's going to make it almost 3 wide there. Mulford's going to try and go through the middle. You don't want to go 3 wide into 10A and 10B. Mulford's still there, gives Delaney a little bit of a tap and almost runs him off the circuit. And there's nothing that Jamie Dyke will be able to do to get past Delaney, but he might be able to get past Mulford. Oh, dearie me. Tim is just keeping control of that car as around him goes Tyler Blackburn.
And that all stemmed from the fact that Dyke just pulled that car out a little bit deep down at 10A, and it nearly for Mulford getting into the back of Delaney. If you're going to pull out, and I think pulling out was probably the right thing to do right there, you've got to pull out all the way, and Mulford kept his nose in it, so that was cheeky from Tim Mulford.
Yeah, a little bit cheeky. Remember, all of that battling happened for, P25 or something like that? That's the view there from Mulford, and you see him just spin the wheels up here over the crest, and a little bit of a tap as well from Jamie Dyke as he came around. Just goes to show. Anywhere you are in a V8 SCOPS field, you have someone to race with. And speaking of racing, this is the fight for P3 on board with Blake Warboys as he tries to chase down Rehan Leonage. See him in the real world as well. He's always hard on the concentration, is Blake Warboys. He takes his racing very seriously, but you talk to him and he's the chillest guy in the world. Turns out some of the quietest guys are the hardest racers. Blake Warboys certainly showing it at the front of this field.
Yeah, but again, another passionate guy that once you get him talking, it's difficult to stop, and it's really, really a big pleasure to just sort of be in and around driving to him, and just the way he goes about his racing, the way that he talks about racing as well. I had the opportunity a couple months ago to go and race and sort of educate him a little bit in terms of NASCAR stuff, and he takes to it so quickly. So, you know, when you get one of these guys and you put them in a new environment and you say, all right, you're out of water a little bit here, let's go learn a new technique, the best always rise to the top very, very quickly. Straight away, yeah, not necessarily on the pace, but they get there very quickly. How about Stenny, though?
Oh, yeah, Stenny trying to get around Paul Young, but who's trying to get around Stenny? It's Matt Morris, who sticks the Nero Power Mustang up the inside at turn 7. Kurt sees it coming, but still gets a little bit of contact on the way out of the corner, and there's the advantage for Connor Nixon. Connor currently 13th at the moment. He's trying to recover back to the position he started in 12th. And Jacob O'Reilly's right there too. Look at this view. Man, this would be one of the most stressful sights coming into 10A and 10B. Seeing 3 cars battling hard ahead of you. Morris has to let Nixon through. And O'Reilly's going to straighten it up on the exit and vault his way through as Nixon gets past Stenberg ahead.
And look at that. It was all about the setup for all of those guys trying to get that job done. Stenny got it sent very, very early on, kept the side draft in, and now Matt Morris has got a block to try and not lose one more.
Oh, lock up from Stenny.
He's wide, but he's managed to pull the car up and get away with that one. Now it's going to be O'Reilly who tries to harass him out and around the outside, and O'Reilly's going to slot it up the inside when they get to turn 3. Little bit of leaning on Stenberg now. Morris is in there as well, and they're all still having to go.
God, this is chaos. Remember, these guys are fighting outside the top 10. It's basically the battle for 12th. Jacob O'Reilly sits in P12 there. Nixon's caught on to the end of the battle between Rattray, White, Latter and Young for P8. Almost there. It's a long train of cars all the way through this field, and we're still seeing massive battles at the front as well. James Scott's lead is at almost a second now, but Gibbs, Leonage and Warboys, man, they have it all to play for here. This is fantastic fighting. Leonage is starting to come back. We saw Warboys have a go at him earlier, but now it's back with Rayhan in this battle for second.
Yep, now he's got some work to do. Still sitting there, still connected to Robbie Gibbs, still with an opportunity. But for Blake Warboys, this would be a huge opportunity to go through and steal a Scops podium down to the inside at the final corner, as well as Dylan on Dylan action. And eventually, one of them runs out of road, and it's going to be Dylan Burst that ends up worse for wear.
Yep, O'Shea getting past and into P6. And that's allowed Dylan Rudd in the Lobs Esports 990 to jet away and maybe cotton on to the back of the battle for second place. Remember, we are only halfway through this race. We'll just be coming up on it halfway through the next lap. So there's still plenty of time for Rudd to jet up to the back of that lead battle and help out James Scott a little.
Yep, so there's time there for him to cut his way back on through. He's doing that. He's looking after the tyres. Remember what we said, split it down into 3/3 of the race, 5, 5 and 5. First one's all about surviving the opening lap and looking after the tyres. The second one is about bringing the tyres right into the middle of things and then going hard for those last 5. So we're right in the middle of the race. That means we're right in the looking after the tyres phase, pressing your way forward, and Rudd is certainly doing a good job of that.
Absolutely he is. Unfortunately, Aiden Cale there had a big problem out of turn 5. This is the replay of him behind Ewan Baker. Just, I think it's a combination of getting into Baker and hitting the bumps in just the wrong way there. A good recovery nonetheless, though he has lost quite a few positions out of that one. Well, 8 laps to go at the front of the field. It's still James Scott who's stretched the lead out to over a second now. Looks like he's uncatchable. And oh no, James Chastanerf has had a big problem there at the final corners, actually taking the club layout final corner there. Difficult re-entry indeed. Let's see what happened to him here. Looks like, oh no, one of the Jinx Shifters cars, unfortunately. Nowhere for them to go, which is fair enough, but something that we see happening quite a bit. You come to the exit of a fast corner in these cars, the other car has some overlap on you, they make contact at you from the outside, and you're the one who usually gets spun.
Yeah, but it was just, that didn't need to happen right there. Like, Chassis didn't need to cover that all the way out to the outside edge. He just needed to sort of cover it to the inside, and he would have been fine. So, look, when a car's got overlap, particularly with that amount of overlap, that's where you just go, okay, yep, no worries. But why does he come all the way back across the... Oh, he doesn't even. It's the Jinx Shifters car that's actually a fair way in from the edge of the track at that point in time. So that blame needs to rest elsewhere, and Byron Phillips sits an opportunity too.
Yeah, good. Oh, kept going, didn't it? Brett Loxton there trying his best to hold on. Ultimately has to concede the position to Phillips, though Byron gets a bit of a poor run out of 10A and 10B there. The battle for second is closing up massively. Look, Rayan Leonage is going to have a run at Robbie Gibbs here, but it's not quite enough. Not able to get some overlap coming into turn 3. James Scott continuing to just walk away from them at this point, setting lap times that are, well, pretty much equal, but you know, he's built up that gap gradually over the last 8 laps or so. Meanwhile, we're hearing that the reason Robbie Gibbs was held up is he got a slowdown. So evidently, even the drivers at the front of the field are not immune to making those kinds of mistakes.
Right, and this will tell where that slowdown come from. I was going to say there's only 2 spots on the track you can pick one up. It's the inside there, and yet he's definitely taken a lot of curve there. So that's just a touch too much.
Yeah, you get the wheels onto the grass through there, and unfortunately, that will get you a time penalty, and you have to lift off to clear that slowdown. But I think good on Robbie Gibbs to make sure that he didn't lose positions in the midst of all of that. What that has done, though, is it's put a chink in his armour, and Rayan Leonage is taking advantage and trying to grind the dagger further in. But he needs to keep an eye out for Blake Warboys. The Commodore in a Mustang sandwich right now is Rayan Leonage, and he's only got 6 laps left to try and sort this out.
A good race one from a number of drivers. And remember, we said it's about working your way forwards. Progressive grids are really, really interesting from this mindset. Qualifying, there's only one qualifying session. From there on out, you're moving your way forwards. So it's about progress at every little step. Make sure you keep the car clean. Yeah, race 1, you may not get the biggest amount of points, but provided your car is still there and capable of racing and you've advanced yourself just a little bit, race 2 always looks a lot better. Race 3 becomes better still. So target was keep it clean for a lot of these drivers from race 1.
There's Connor Nixon on the replay trying to get past Paul Young, ultimately not working, forced out wide in 10B, and that allowed O'Reilly to jump straight on through. A good job, but the cutback there out of the final corner from Nixon, almost nabbing him the position on the way in. But man, he is fighting all the way to the end, isn't he? And that brings Stenberg right into it as well. Maybe a little deep, but no, he hits the apex very nicely. There's been some great racing in the midfield here. It's been fantastic.
Yeah, it has. It really, really has. It's been aggressive. It's been side by side, and there's another attempt here. And not going to come away with it this time as well. And that's sort of just indicative of the racing that we've been seeing here tonight. Enough room given, enough room left, but still aggressive enough to show the nose and think about having a crack down the inside. Check him up, set him up, because it's going to take multiple attempts to try and get that move done.
Yeah, absolutely it is. Well, let's see what Stenberg can do here behind O'Reilly now. Stenny down in 13th. And, well, he's lost a couple of positions from where he started. Remember, though... Oh, dear. All right, I'll abandon whatever point I was going to work towards there. It looks like Stenny's having trouble with the front end. And he does have a little bit of damage to the front right. I don't think that would be enough for suspension problems, but that's given Matt Morris the advantage to have another attempt at getting past him. Not the first time we've seen Matt Morris side by side with Stenberg, but... and they give each other just enough room, but there's a safety car that's been called, Scott. It looks like trouble for Troy Stone Street. Oh, that's big damage in the WKMP 044.
Yeah, huge incident for him to end up without the front end of that car. So we're going to have to get a replay to tell us exactly what's going on up at this point in town, because that's just, yeah, you don't end up out there with a lot of assistance.
Yeah, indeed. Looks to me like... James Chastaneuf might be answering a few questions from race control here. You see that Stone Street was trying to make his way past Cale, then Shasty got into it, and then, unfortunately, again, outside hit, and Stone Street goes straight into the concrete. That completely destroyed the car instantly.
Yeah, and again, it was just about, did you need to have overlap there? Lift a little, slot back in, have another crack at it. I just don't feel as if overlap was required because you're going to be on the outside for 2 corners in a row. So you just yield at that point, build the run, try and get down the inside at turn 1. Whereas, instead he's decided to fight it all the way to the exit on a place he's probably likely to lose, and now he's probably going to nab a penalty as well.
We'll get the onboard from Shasti here. That is the Vermilion car of Kale up ahead. Stone Street just coming into view on the right there. And then Stoney sees the door on the outside, compromises a little bit. That allows Shasti right into it, and then out to the exit of the corner. Yeah, I think at that point, Shastanov probably should have just let him go, because obviously Stone Street was a little compromised, and he would have been able to take advantage further on down the start-finish straight.
Yeah, so timing that one, knowing when to fight, when not to fight, that's just been a little bit difficult in those circumstances. Either way, when it happens at the wrong piece on the track, as we saw in the first race of the evening too, in the support categories, it comes down to put your car in the right place, put it in the right place at the right times, and look after yourself first and foremost, and that just hasn't happened here, unfortunately.
A wave around happening for the race on Oscar of Tyler Blackburn, who made his way into the pits just a lap and a half ago. So he'll be allowed back to the back of the queue.
Yep. Which better than nothing, better than race being over.
Yeah, indeed, Blackburn's definitely had his fair share of troubles in this race. I'm honestly impressed that this safety car, Troy Stone Street, is the only car we've lost in this race so far. I would have expected this being a straight-up sprint format with super short races. We would have seen a lot more chaos in race 1, but it's turned out the attrition rate surprisingly low.
Yeah, and 2 more races yet to come as well. So, yeah, good opportunities here. And again, just opportunity for a whole bunch of drivers. It's going to be interesting to keep half an eye on this, because I think we're going to have, 2 laps to go when we go back to green flag racing? That's not what James Scott wants to hear.
No, certainly not. Yeah, we're going to be travelling a little bit faster now. The safety car speed increasing to 100. And, this is going to be a huge sprint of just 2 laps towards the very end. But what I do think is Scott will probably not have as hard of a time keeping the lead as, say, Robbie Gibbs will have trying to defend second.
Yeah, maybe. It depends what the launch looks like. That's the big key. So Gibbs has got a time-out launch. If he can do so, he's going to be quite hard to overcome within 2 laps and get the job done on. And the other thing to consider about those, who may have stepped away, may have taken a quick break in the middle of that race, may have taken on a fresh set of tyres because of their last car on the queue anyway, is, maybe you've just played yourself back into this one with a little bit of an interesting take on a sprint race.
Here we go. Lights no longer flashing on the pace car. We'll be going in at the end of this lap, and this is around about the point where we expect the safety car to pull away. Now the field falls under the control of James Scott. Some drivers back in the field just doing a final bit of weaving to maybe get the psychological tyre heat advantage. It's unclear whether or not it actually does anything to help the heat of your tyres. These guys will be preserving their tyres as much as they can, so they have a lot to fight with towards the end. When does James Scott decide to go? You can go pretty much any time from now. Is he going to back them up? Is he going to take them by surprise across the hill? He's going to wait until the exit of 10B to put the power down and get back to green flag racing to start the penultimate lap of race 1 at Road Atlanta. V8SCOPS split 1. And now Robbie Gibbs has it all to defend against, as Rayhan Leonard still right on his back. Blake Warboys didn't quite get the start he wanted. He's under pressure from Dylan Rudd for 4th.
Yeah, Rudd's just all of a sudden found an extra gear that he needs to keep pushing himself a little bit further forward, And for Blake Warboys, again, we mentioned this is a huge opportunity for him to pick up a podium in one of these races. Look maybe at the round result overall, and then just make sure he keeps stringing the results together.
Here's the view from Leonage on the back of Gibbs. Looking at second, and if something goes wrong for James Scott, then it'll be a battle for victory. But so far, James Scott has looked completely in control of this race. Will that change any time in the next 1.5 laps? Let's see. As the slipstream comes in once again down the back straight to 10A and 10B. The heaviest braking zone on the track. We see a nose being shown from Dylan O'Shea. Now he puts himself in the battle for the lead. Don't forget about Dylan Burse and Zach Rattray White either. They are right in on this battle. White flag flies, and James Scott will be the first across the line. But who's going to be second?
Yeah, it's going to be Robbie Gibbs from Leonage, Warboys, Rudd in that top 5 at the moment. They're all covered by blankets. So one more lap, anything could happen. And who's in the right place? Who's got it set up?
Turn 3, apex hit by all of them. Big off, meanwhile, for Brett Loxton at turn 1. He isn't able to get on the track safely there. Justin Wallace, it seems, losing a lot of positions as well. I think he and Loxton might have made contact there. Some big battles going on at the back of this field. As out of turn 5, the defense from Blake Warboys on Dylan Rudd. It's covered nicely coming into turn 6, but Rudd has the momentum through 6. He's going to dive up the inside. Warboys will have to leave him room there. And it's all gone wrong there for Dylan Rudd. He's not going to be able to get it done. He'll have to wait until the chicane. He's going to squeeze Blake Warboys all the way down this straight. Leonage setting up a move on Robbie Gibbs as we keep our eyes on the battle for 4th place. There's 4 cars involved in this one. 5, if anything, defended from Robbie Gibbs. And oh, there we go. There's Dylan Rudd getting the run on Blake Warboys. 3 wide behind them between Rattray, White, O'Shea and Burse. Scott wins race 1. Gibbs defends against Leonage, and they're 3 wide in the grass.
Well, of course, they had to be, because they had runs final lap of the race and they wanted to take them somewhere. Everyone in that battle pack got aggressive, and how good is sprint racing?
Oh, love that finish. That was a lot of fun. It was pushed very hard towards the end, but it didn't erupt into something no one was happy with, which...
Well, I've watched O'Shea and Rudd, and I thought, oh my god, this ends in tears, and it didn't, so credit to both of them.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So, good stuff. A very nice finish indeed. William Brown here is going to be the last driver to cross the line and make it 32 of 33 cars finishing this race. So, there's your results. Scott from Gibbs, 1.18 seconds is the gap in the end. Leonage had an attempt at the final corners, but it didn't work out for him. Dylan Rudd making his way up to 4th on the final lap. Very spirited move on Blake Warboys at turn 7. O'Shea and Rattray White will come across the line with Dylan Burse and Kenneth Latter all roughly in the same piece of racetrack there. Paul Young was right in the midst of it as well. They were so close at the finish. Just fantastic stuff.
Yeah, everyone was taking as much as they possibly could, but at the same time making sure they left precise amounts of racing room so that everyone could survive. And you know, Road Atlanta, it has this knack of creating great racing, and it's put on another barnstormer for us yet again.
Yep, Tyler Blackburn rounding out the top 30 there with good run out of P30, and then Hayden Sell and William Brown, the last of our drivers to cross the line. Troy Stone Street, the only retirement. So this is what happened at the end of race 1 here. Warboys on the inside of Rudd there, briefly retaking 4th spot, but Rudd with a great run up the inside, and then it all came down to this. Man, the 3 wide there with Burse, O'Shea and Rattray White. 3 wide in the grass across the line. That's just incredible. Yep, and really big risks taken to end up out there as well. You're risking basically saying, I trust that these guys aren't going to put me in the fence, because that could be, you know, instead of it being such a high finish inside the top 10, it could be a 15th, it could be a 20th, it could be a DNF. So
They all trusted each other exactly the amount that they needed to and no further.
Indeed they did. And now the drivers are immediately gridding up for race 2. And no need to really go through the grid because it's the results from race 1. It is going to be relevant when it comes to race 3. We're going to be jumping into a new server because the grid for race 3 is going to be set by the combined points totals from race 1 and race 2. Round points. And once again, no required pit stops. All races be the same length though. It'll be interesting to see if we get a safety car in this one.
Well, I mean, just the way it all kicked off at the tail end of that one, you just think that with fresh rubber, with fresh opportunities could come a little bit more of that. They all got the elbows out again right at the tail end of that last race. So this next one, the middle race of the night, could absolutely explode here in a few moments.
Oh, it certainly could. Last little bit of revving up here to try and heat up the engines for the start. Now, I will be interested to see what Dylan Burse will be able to do from 8th spot. Remember, his standing start wasn't that good in race 1. Has he fixed that issue for race 2? We'll find out in just a moment's time as we're away, and that's a good start from Gibbs. He's going to get straight alongside James Scott on the way into turn 1 and try around the outside, but James is going to fling it in and try and keep the lead. Robbie Gibbs will leave just enough space on the inside. Leonage gets in front of Rudd. It almost results in tears there. Robbie Gibbs will give up the lead to James Scott there. A brilliant start from the number 2, but he'll have to settle right back into defending that second spot on the podium.
I really feel like that for Robbie Gibbs, if he'd have started 3rd, he would have got that one done. Such was the start that he had. He just needed the ability to shadow James Scott, get him off the line. Scott had a huge advantage with 2 inside corners at the first 2 premium corners on the lap, and that's the only saving grace for him there.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, big issues back in the field as well. Seeing plenty of drivers have problems at the back of the field. We got a crash coming out of turn 7. Oh dear, that's Phoenix Racing Team's Tim Mulford involved, as well as Jay Brazier. One of our podium finishers in split 2. Oh, it's getting a little feisty between Dylan O'Shea and Blake Warboys there. Warboys gets a tap also from Zach Rattray White, and Dylan Burse will try and find his way through. Same for Paul Young. I don't think Blake is going to be too happy with how that went down.
Yeah, and now he's got to slid himself back in. He's got to take a breath, and he's got to let himself settle once again. Mentality around this place. Minute and 20-second lap. There is not a lot of racetrack, and a lot of it spent loaded here throughout the duration. There is only the small breather down the back straightaway, and it's so critical to take that.
Oh dear, Kenneth Latta spinning off the circuit. He gets back going. Shokan Atake is also dropping like a stone down to P29. It's on again in the midfield here. Oh, Matt Morris getting sent off the track here. Much more chaotic start to race 2 than it was for race 1, and Tyson Broad's going to take advantage of all of that, move straight through into 12th. How on earth they've all kept it going this far is beyond me.
Yeah, well, they've certainly tried putting the elbows to each other, the bumpers to each other, and now they're getting out of control. Whoa. Phenomenal car control to pull the 91 machine up. And, yeah, look, we should have ended up out there, should have been in contact, but, hey, that's still an impressive drive no matter what.
And this is what ultimately happened to everyone behind. It looks like Brett Loxton got turned around there. In the contact with Jay Brazier, we're back live, and Stenny's just been tapped and then set right again. Ewan Baker, Byron Phillips and Jamie Dyke find their way through on him. And now Kenneth Latta wants to get past Ewan Baker, to say nothing of... oh, no! Oh, my God, Stenny! That car's not making it back to the pits.
No, that was a wild ride. So I think we're going to get another safety car here.
Yeah, things got a bit too wild there for Kurt Stenberg. Looks like he was trying to pass Blake Delaney. Delaney was covering, and then Stenny moved across as Benjamin Smith was coming up on him. This is how it was all set up. So already Stenny and Smith together. Sorry, it was Stenny in the Holden race on Oscar that passed him. There's Benjamin Smith behind him now. So Stenny tries to get past Blake and then moves across, and right there is Benjamin Smith. Nothing that Kurt Stenberg could have done to avoid that, except maybe stay in line.
Yeah, that's a difficult one. The safety car's been triggered as a result of that one, so I'm going to rack him and stack him and do it all over again. Didn't take 3 laps this time. Started on lap 3, but yeah, look, that one took very little to boil over.
Yes, I think a lot of drivers probably with some red mist hanging over from the first race, or maybe feeling like, oh, I'm used to the racing action now, I can push things a little bit harder, but yeah, it's so difficult. Ooh, there's been a big checkup at turn 1, just behind the safety car. I think Benjamin Smith locking the brakes and getting into David Kirby. So that was a little bit of extra drama there behind the safety car. But good Lord, that was an incredibly intense first 3 laps, and this is the onboard here from Smith. We see everyone slowing down here. This was almost disaster.
Yeah, and just again forcing him to the limits of what's available out there. And for Stenny, he knows being on the outside down at turn 1, it tends to end in tears, or at least it did before the grass time model update. So, when you're on the outside there at turn 1, 9 times out of 10 you're going to yield. Just let the car through, go back, go fight, get yourself in, but he didn't get that opportunity.
Well, the thing between Loxton, Brazier and Kirby that happened at roughly this location on lap 1, currently under review by race control. So we'll see what comes out of that, as it's going to be another very quick safety car here. We've just been given the safety car in this lap call, and so Dan Stevens will pull away shortly and get this race going once again. I want to try and get this night finished nice and quick, and through we go to the final corners. So some momentum here. We'll get one more replay before we get back going here. This is just up behind Blake Delaney. This is so there's Stenberg almost getting spun up ahead there, and then Stenberg gets back up to speed. Now Smith here I don't think did anything wrong. Stenny was just trying his best to get past, and I mean, if you're Benjamin Smith, what do you do? I think that happened so quickly that you couldn't expect it. But we'll have to keep our eyes on the race for now, because it's restarting. James Scott has not gotten a huge jump over Robbie Gibbs.
Yeah, and a good opportunity for Gibbs to see if he can't go with him here this time. Reasonable launch. They all sort of got away okay. Rattray White's going to feed in 6 spots. So he's up a couple spots and found some pace now in terms of the queue. And keep thinking about what happened to Blake Warboys as well. Strong finish and 4th spot in that first race, but now he's got to try and fight his way back through. I think he's faster than a few of the cars that are ahead of him, but he hasn't got a lot of laps to work with.
Yeah, it's only going to be 10 laps to go once they cross the line next. Leonage has take 2 here in his battle with Robbie Gibbs. It almost came to virtual fisticuffs at the end of race 1, and now slightly worse exit from turn 7 here in race 2. He'll be able to make up that loss with a bit of slipstream. Got to keep an eye out for the second of the Lobs Esports Commodores behind them. Both Scott and Rudd bookending the top 4 as we speak, and they have got a lot of hungry drivers behind them ready to snap up those positions should anyone make a mistake.
I think this is less of a bookend. I think it's a burger. I just think the biggest question we've got to ask ourselves is Rehan Leonage a slice of cheese, or is he a slice of a burger patty at the moment? Because that's a hungry Dylan Rudd coming his way.
No, certainly is. I suppose it depends on whether or not you're a toppings or a bottomings kind of guy when it comes to burgers. Do you put your salad below the patty or above it?
Got to put the cheese on top, so that would make, I think, Rehan the burger patty. So,
all right. saucy cheeseburger. But it looks like there's a bit more distance between the patty and the bottom bun now, because it seems Dylan Rudd didn't have quite a good run around the first half of that lap. He's going to be under pressure from O'Shea here. Remember, these guys were playing games with each other in qualifying.
Oh boy.
Well, now we're going to see that, I think, potentially boil over. Question is, Rattray White, Burse and Warboy's going to get involved.
Well, O'Shea just gave him a whack as they try to drive off of turn 7. So there's the first contact and first little bit of it, but he didn't get the drive off that he was chasing now, and that's going to leave Rattray White with the run, and Rattray White is going to get the run and pop his nose out, so he's going to try and slice down the inside and separate them, falls back into line. Rattray's quick in a straight line, so whereas O'Shea was very, very good under brakes just there.
Yeah, it certainly was. Back down through the final corner we come, and it looks like Dylan Rudd's struggling a little. Further back, there's more going on. The second of the Eclipse Sim Sports cars, Byron Phillips, getting it done on James Chastaner, who then has to make way for David Kirby. Well, they'll sort themselves out for the time being. Looks like Kirby's going to stay behind Shasti for now. Kenneth Latter just up ahead there on the recovery in the bright orange fishy motorsports car, back with his teammates as well. This is what happened just before. Tyson Broad and Matt Morris, I believe, coming together, and that was just a case of Tyson Broad turning in. We're told to keep watching by our producer, because there goes Byron Phillips to make it 3 wide down the back straight.
And the tricky part is just to put him on the outside when they get down to the chicane down the end here. So it's 3 wide, and then there's 2 more that are trying to buy into it. All the way to the braking zone? Yeah, none of these guys are going to yield. Why did they think that had ever happened?
And then they come together, Byron Phillips and Matt Morris. They have to take to the grass.
Oh, boy. And now, Leonage is having a crack at Robbie Gibbs back up the point of things.
Indeed he is. And in the midst of all of that, Rudd has dragged O'Shea, Rattray White, Burse and Warboys right back into the battle for second. Unfortunately for Connor Nixon, he's just been given a 5-second time penalty by race control for that contact with Kenneth Latter that we referred to back on lap 2. Now everyone's in a line here in the battle for second, and James Scott is loving it. He's minding his own business, setting fast lap times, and easily the fastest car in the top 5 at least. But Dylan O'Shea has the fastest overall race lap on a 19.1.
And he's coming back again once more at Dylan Rudd. This time I hope he just doesn't get to the back of him. If he can pull alongside as they get down this next straightaway, this should get spicy as they get to the braking zone. And remember, Rattray White, a little bit quicker than these guys in a straight line, and Scott's gone, but Rayhan Leonage. The reason Scott's gone is because Leonage has been having a crack at Gibbs. This could be a second on the cards for Rayhan Leonage.
Yeah, it's a big chance for the number 79, who sits third in the championship coming into this round. Gibbs going a bit preemptively defensive there, staying middle of the road to try and avoid Leonage picking a side. As Scott crosses the line ahead, his lap time is going to be a 19.968. Meanwhile, Robbie Gibbs a 120.1. Leonage's lap wasn't officially scored there, so obviously there's a little bit extra going on here. Not to mention the run from Dylan Rudd. He almost tries it at turn 3, but not enough space.
How good is it looking at all these different cars and different strengths and weaknesses? So Leonage is vulnerable at turn 1, and he had to sort of just cover off from Dylan Rudd. Rudd's really strong. This is not an overtaking opportunity. Oh, I was waiting for this.
Okay, here we go. 3 wide into turn 6. And Warboys and Burse are right there with them. O'Shea! Oh, he went a bit too hard. Did Dylan Rudd into O'Shea. And that ended up forcing O'Shea and Rattray White wide. And now Warboys and Burse stand a chance at finishing further up. I'll tell you what, Dylan O'Shea will be none too happy with that. Rudd was trying to get back onto the racing line and bumped him off.
Yeah, that was absolutely cheeky. He's got a lot to be aggrieved for, and now Warboys and O'Shea are just banging panels the whole way down to the braking zone. O'Shea's behind. Warboys slots back on through. Somebody needs to reach in there and just tell Dylan O'Shea to just take a breath right now and look at brake Warboys. Again, nothing flapping. You can't phase that guy.
Yeah, I mean, I keep looking at him whenever he comes on the Zoom feed. I'm expecting him to at least be huffing and puffing, but no, this guy's a bloody statue.
What was the old TV show back in our childhood years, Reese, where they put you through your fears? Was it Fear Factor, I think, on the TV
Yeah.
show? I reckon Blake Warboys would stone face his way through that.
I certainly would. He'd down those hissing cockroaches with a glass of wine, probably. Meanwhile, the battle keeps going on here further down. Blake Delaney, James Chastanerf, and David Kirby. Man, they are leaving nothing on the table. And this is the battle for P20. Like, all through the field, there's something going on. There's some kind of tooth and nail scrap in the mud going on.
Yeah, everyone's got the elbows out. What was I talking about earlier on in the evening? That this place it's because it's such a short lap, you feel like you're running out of time all the time. And there's really only one great overtaking opportunity, but you've got to set it up. So you just feel claustrophobic and you feel compelled to be a little bit more aggressive. And I think that's playing out.
Yeah, it certainly is. Oh, here goes Ty Delaney and Tyson Broad side by side through 10B. Great exit from the both of them, but it's not as good as the exit that Matt Morris has just gotten.
I was just worried about Delaney just creeping across the track. I thought he was going to make contact there, and Morris didn't get a great exit. Now he's going to have cover.
Oh dear, Broad turns in. Almost whacks right into Justin Wallace, who has had quite an adventurous race along with Ty Delaney, up 4 and 7 positions respectively for both of those drivers. Now Tyson Broad back into the position he started in P15. Meanwhile, speaking of Justin Wallace, it looks like he's gotten a 5-second penalty for his contact with Kurt Stenberg at 10B on the second lap. That was the contact incident that ultimately led to Stenberg getting spun into the wall down the start-finish straight.
Yeah, so got him out of line, got him out of sequence, and you can understand why that went on. And this group's starting to settle down a little bit. Rattray White's, again, quick in a straight line. He's going to have a crack at Warboys for sure.
Indeed. Looks like Dylan O'Shea has managed to find himself some pace again and keep himself in the fight here as Warboys and Rattray White running wide through the final corner, and O'Shea comes sweeping up the inside. Warboys goes off the racetrack, and now O'Shea will stand to complete the move coming into turn 1. The unflappable Blake Warboys gives up the position, but he's still got a lot left to fight with. Needs to be careful of the attack from Rattray White behind.
Yeah, phenomenal driving. I tell you what, it's a good thing we're sim racers, because I feel like if we have to try and turn these race cars around, the panel beaters would have so much work to do in between this one. There's so many bits and pieces of paint work that's been traded, and the guys wrapping these cars that have to get the wraps and the stickers back out and try and fix them up as best they can. There's just been so much door-to-door action here tonight that you just don't normally see.
Yeah, it's gotten very physical at Road Atlanta. Well, the battle for 6th place now involving 6 cars here. And Connor Nixon is the last of them. He's just latched on to the back of Paul Young and Jake O'Reilly, and they're still working their way forward. And I tell you what, O'Shea, he'll have only 3 laps to try and catch back up to Burse and Rudd. The 3 Dylans running 4th, 5th, and 6th as things stand. It's a good exit from Warboys behind, but we'll turn our attention up to the battle for 2nd briefly. Robbie Gibbs and Rehan Leonage. Oh, Leonage running 2/10 faster than Gibbs on the previous lap. So the battle for 2nd is not over. Remember that Gibbs got a warning from race control for blocking in the first race, so he needs to be careful how he plays this one out.
Yeah, he might just think about yielding it. He's not going to cover him all the way, but he's just going to try and put Leonage in 2 minds, and his focus has got to be the exit when they get down here to turn number 7. If he can get good drive off and just put himself in a good enough position, look, you're definitely allowed to block, but it's not excessively is the big thing, and that's what race control will be looking for. One move, defend it, and then that's it. You're sort of stuck with that.
2 battles on screen at the moment. The fight for 6th there with Dylan O'Shea at the head, keeping an eye on O'Reilly in particular. As up the top of your screen, Rehan Leonage still in the slipstream of Robbie Gibbs. Looks like Dylan Rudd and Dylan Burse have not been able to make much of an impression on those two running in the battle for second.
Yeah, they're just getting boxed in a little bit, still fighting each other, can't really go with them, can't generate that lap time because they've been fighting for so long. And Burse is actually looking a touch stronger at the moment, as well as Delaney, I think, is trying to slide down the inside there.
Yeah, looks like it. Ewan Baker and Justin Wallace also trading positions further back in the field for 14th, and it looks like Kenneth Latta passing Jamie Dyke for P16, so there's fighting going on all through the field with only 2 laps to go. This is a replay for Tyson Broad. Tyson currently in P19, and he's going for a move on the race on Oz Commodore, but unfortunately a little too deep in 10A and got spun for his troubles.
Yeah, so not necessarily leaving a whole bunch of racing room, still manages to recover and get back out the other side. Leonage is close. This is going to be his biggest opportunity.
Certainly is. 1 lap to go when they cross the line, and James Scott is in the lead by over 3 seconds. There's no chance that they're going to catch up to him on raw pace alone. They'll need to rely on a mistake from a guy who, frankly, doesn't make mistakes. And on the racing line for Rehan Leonage, he's going to try, but Robbie Gibbs will stay strong here on the exit, but Leonage gets a slightly better exit out of 10B. He's going to have the inside for the final corner. Can Robbie Gibbs hold on here? Almost gets into the grass, dips the one side of the car into the grass, and Leonage is going to try and fight for it at turn 1. Here comes Dylan Rudd. He's right in the midst of it now. Look how much time Gibbs and Leonage are costing themselves running side by side like this. And a tap, and Gibbs goes off.
No. That was so good up until that point. That last little piece of contact, and is he trying to redress it? I think he's trying to redress it, or at least let him feed back in. So Gibbs might get away with this one.
Yeah, maybe, but we'll see. Gibbs has lost touch with Leonage now, and we'll see what Dylan Burse can do to make himself a part of all of this as well. Trying on the outside of Rudd. Is he going to flick to the inside here? No, he's not. He's going to focus on the exit here on the final lap. Leonage holds on to second spot. Robbie Gibbs will now be the one on the attack in the slipstream. Leonage trying to break the draft here. He's moving all the way over to the right side of the circuit, trying to shorten the run to 10A and 10B as much as he can. Up ahead, James Scott negotiating the final corners to take 2 from 2 so far tonight, but Leonage still defends. There goes James Scott across the line, winner of race 2 as well. Impeccable driving from the 088, and Leonage will cross the line in second ahead of Robbie Gibbs. Dylan Rudd will beat Dylan Burse to the line for 4th.
No, there's more going on there. So there was a command from race control as they were getting down just before they got to the braking zone at the end of the back straight for Leonage to...
Oh, okay. Justin Wallace. Massive adventure there at the final corner. And is that a missing wheel there for Matt Morris?
Maybe.
That's not ideal.
Or is he waiting? No, I don't think he is. I think he's trying to make the line.
Well, he's definitely lost his front bumper, and that front left is decidedly not where it should be. So something more has happened there in that battle all the way at the back of the field, and Matt Morris will not make it to the line. Okay, Jay's asking us if we're ready for a replay, saying there's 4 wide in it. Yep. All right, roll it, and we'll see. So Morris in the 996, there goes Ewan Baker up the inside. Probably not much room there. Looks like Ty Delaney on the inside as well. Contact between Baker and Morris, that involves Delaney. Kenneth Latta tries to find a way through. Justin Wallace trying to be a hero around the outside. And then, oh no, a little tap here, and Wallace goes in. There goes Matt Morris, gets spun, big smash, and head on into the barriers just about. He couldn't quite make it to the line.
So there was a lot more in that battle. Race Control D in the 79 machine, which is Leonage, was to redress behind Robbie Gibbs before the end of the lap if he could. But where they issued it was in the braking, it was just before the braking zone, the run down to the final chicane. So the race control obviously saw that one live, was trying to get a decision out so that it could be resolved without having to resort to penalties, because that's always tricky and technical to do and takes away from us gridding into the final server. So there was a redress order for second and third place there, but it wasn't able to happen. Well, yeah, you sort of have to issue that before you get out of turn 7. After you get out of turn 7, there's not really enough time, because unless you sort it out quickly down the back straight away, you can't do it out of 10A, 10B, the chicane and the run to the line. It's just too tight. So, and the other thing was that Leonage said, I didn't hear what was said. I didn't have enough time, because he was focused on the racing as well.
Yeah. Poor timing, I think, on race control's part to issue that redress. But, I suppose at the end of the day, they might have to switch their positions for those final race results, and that will affect the grid for race 3. Well, that's your top 10 then. James Scott putting in a magnificent drive once more to take victory. Rudd, Burson, O'Shea, 4th, 5th and 6th behind. Warboys will be wanting a bit of redemption there in race 3. Remember, Warboys finished on the podium in race 1. To be shuffled back to 7th in the way that he was, they'll certainly put the fire under anyone's belly.
Boxed about the ears just a little bit, put in some really, really difficult positions, but hey, it is what it is. Connor Nixon home out of 11th, Ty Delaney from Byron Phillips, Ken Latta, Tyson Broad, Blake Delaney, James Chastanoff 17th, did some improvement. Ewan Baker got boxed about the ears on that final lap of the race as well. David Kirby and Tyler Blackburn home in 20th.
21st in the end was Benjamin Smith. A very tumultuous race for Race on Oz there, as well as for Aidan Kale and Shokan Atake. William Brown comes home in 24th place. Stone Street making it to 25th from last on the grid. Brazier, he had plenty of adventures, as well as Brett Loxton and Justin Wallace. Matt Morris did not make it to the end of the race, involved in all of that carnage with Wallace at the end. Jamie Dyke, Tim Mulford, Kurt Stenberg and Hayden Sell also not making it to the very finish of the race. So here once again is Robbie Gibbs and Rehan Leonage side by side run here, and looks like good move from Leonage to defend the place from Gibbs, and I think very well held. Like, a lot of room was given, all things considered. More room than would usually be given in a situation like this in V8SCOPS, but it really comes down to turn 3. Now, obviously, Leonage had Rudd behind him, and he would have wanted to keep him out of his hair, but yeah, right there was the contact, and Gibbs comes back on the track very quickly. Would have gotten a slowdown thanks to that. So, if anything, it's a minor miracle that he managed to stay ahead of Rudd.
Yeah, so he's done well to manage that one there. It's tricky because the angle, obviously the angles that we're looking at, the one there, it does look like Gibbs's car bobbles off the curb a little bit, but Leonage has no rights to be there anymore is what they're looking at and sort of talking about. So in terms of a redress order, from a penalty perspective, your options are redress, 5 seconds, 10, 15, and it's either a redress or a 5. I think they've made the right decision with the redress, but that's sort of been taken back out of race control's hands. So then do they upgrade it to 5 seconds? If they do, he loses quite a lot more. They may redress it in the post-race standings. It depends what the policies and the procedures document allows for. If it's only an upgrade to a 5 second from there, then they've got to stick with that. He'll lose a bunch of spots as a result. Not much you can do.
Well, that's going to be something we'll talk about at length in the future, I suppose. But for now, we got to step aside and take a breather on SimSpeed TV. You're watching round 10 of V8SCOPS for 2024. Race 3 coming up very shortly.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Racing 24 will be available September 17th. Pre-order your copy today.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
You're watching SimSpeed TV. Welcome back. Finally, we're going to get things going here for Race 3 of Round 10 of V8SCOPS in 2024. Road Atlanta has proven to be quite the difficult round to negotiate for many drivers out there, and the racing has remained intense all the way throughout. We're going to do exactly the same thing one more time. 15 more laps on the cards here to finish off the regular rounds of the season before we go into the Endurance Cup. If you're just joining us here on SimSpeed TV, it's me, Reese Gardner, in the comms box with Scott Rankin and Jay Kennedy's behind the scenes, pressing all the buttons, bringing you these live pictures. Looking forward to one more 15-lap dash around here, Scott, with the grid set by the combined points from races 1 and 2.
Yeah, and that's the big key. That's what causes the hold up, because it's got to be set and it's got to be set correctly. But additionally, they've got to get to any of those incidents. And how many incidents were there on the last lap of that final, that second race of the night as well? So there's a lot of rigmarole that has to go into that. And if there's not as much contact and you get a reasonably clean race too, the whole process triggers so much quicker. They've got to come to those decisions before they can do it. That causes the hold up. Either way, it's all resolved. We're back out here and we're going to be racing in just a couple minutes.
Yeah, indeed we are. 10-minute practice session, of which 3.5 minutes have just been completed. So, highlights of the night so far certainly have been that finish to race 2, and 3 wide in the grass at the end of race 1. 15 minutes of qualifying set the grid for race 1, and then progressive grid through to race 2. James Scott has won both races so far tonight. But race 3, of course, might see a bit of a surprise. Rehan Leonage and Robbie Gibbs have been constantly in competition for 2nd and 3rd. Question is, who is going to finish P4? It was, I believe, Blake Warboys in race 1. And then in race 2, Dylan Rudd. So there's plenty of competition for 4th on back, and sometimes it's gotten a little nasty.
Yeah, elbows have certainly been out tonight, and you know what? It's actually created for phenomenal racing filled with moments. But we said we were sort of expecting that. Getting a pass done here isn't as easy as it looks on the tin. You've got to be brave, you've got to be heroic a little bit sometimes, and you've definitely got to get the elbows out, but knowing when to do that, why to do it, and where to do it is also the big key. You've got to carry pace through turn 1, but you've got to be brave because you've got to carry the right amount of speed, use the right amount of track. You use too much, you end up in the grass off the track. You've got to bounce over the curbs correctly, line the car up, and you've still got to have speed down that back straight to get the overtake done as well. O'Shea has had a supreme car under brakes, but the straight line speed's not been good tonight. I'm really liking seeing a whole bunch of different elements of different cars and all of them being quick around a shorter lap.
Yeah, I agree. There's been a lot of difference between many of the cars here tonight, and it just goes to show how I suppose relatively wide the setup window still is in these cars around this track in particular. I mean, these current cars have been around for quite a few years now, and we are expecting that we'll be getting Gen 3 before the end of the year. But these Gen 2 cars, they've been through quite a few updates. Every single time the setup window has narrowed, drivers have found the optimal setup for these cars. But it seems that multiple things can work when it comes to Road Atlanta in these conditions. Speaking of conditions, well, we saw the track temperature in the 40s in qualifying, dipped down to the mid to high 30s throughout races 1 and 2. Now we're in the low 30s here for race 3. Time's just past 5 p.m. in sim time, and 31 degree track temperature with 26 degrees ambient air. So looking forward to seeing how that affects the racing and affects the tyre drop off as well. The races are short and they last about the distance tyres usually last on a warm track.
Yeah, so a little bit more grip that's going to be on offer. Breeze is sort of, relatively similar as well. So, yeah, a little bit different in terms of grip characteristics. It is what it is. This is the driver they're all chasing. Needs a good start. Gibbs got so close to nicking that lead from him in the last race, and there was a huge opportunity on the table there for Robbie Gibbs. Could race 3 be where he finally gets that launch that he needs to go and nick it?
Yeah, it's been all about the launch, really. Remember, James Scott almost lost the lead of race 2, thanks to a brilliant start from Robbie Gibbs. Well, there's going to be one more chance for Scott to potentially have a bad start and have to work ever harder for victory. Remember, James Scott is the championship leader, and he has won the vast majority of the races and rounds thus far in this season. So he's got a lot of form to back himself up, and if he ends up getting the championship, it will be very well deserved. And Lobs Esports coming, of course, with a great roster of drivers, well set up cars, well presented cars as well. So we'll see how things go in the Enduros. Remember, if you are unaware of... Oh, okay, hopefully that doesn't happen when we get into the race. If you're unaware, this is the last regular round of the V8SCOPS season. It's not the end of the championship, not by any means, but in 3 weeks' time, we'll be going racing at Imola, the Imola 500 for the first round of the V8SCOPS Enduros. And then later on in the year, we've got Sandown and Bathurst, the Bathurst 1000, to end off the championship. And it'll likely be the final time we see these Gen 2 supercars racing in the virtual world in a official sense for the top titles in Australian sim racing.
Yeah, that one's going to be a big moment in terms of sim racing nationally. But yeah, Imola's going to be interesting. Been a little while since we've been there in terms of enduro capacities, so it'll be, you know, not a complete overhaul. Not the first time we've been there for enduros, but certainly, you know, a little bit of a reset and a refresh. I do like 3-round endurance cards. It does give us a chance to say, hey, we've got an endurance champion as well, something unique. You know, yeah, so I'm thoroughly looking forward to Imola as well.
Yeah, as am I. Imola's a great endurance track, and every time we've gone there for the 500, it's been a fun time. So join us on Sunday, the 20th of October. Of course, we will have V8SCOPS supports action as well in the lead up to it. It'll be a fun time for all. For now, though, just a few seconds remaining in the practice session for race 3, the little warm-up before we go racing for a final 15-lapper. And, well, surprising absolutely no one, James Scott is on top of these practice standings. Actually, no, I'm going to change that, because Dylan Burst literally just went to the top on a 119.1. So that's what the pace is going to be. Dylan Burst has shown that over one lap he can certainly put himself up there, but he hasn't quite gotten the race results that you would expect from that pace. Maybe race 3 will work out a little bit better for him. For now, let's go through the grid for this third and final race of V8SCOPS Round 10. Starting on pole position, combined points the most of all, James Scott. Robert Gibbs is going to start in second place, joining James Scott on the front row as he did at the start of race 2. Behind these two at the front of the field is going to be Rehan Leonage and Dylan Rudd. 4th place for Rudd. This is going to be his big chance to get up onto the podium here. Blake Warboys, he wants to get back into those top positions, starting alongside Dylan O'Shea. Then we have Dylan Burst starting in 7th spot alongside Vermilion Esports' Zach Rattray White. And rounding out the top 10 is Paul Young and Jake O'Reilly. Good points totals for those two to start things off.
Moving outside the 10 to Ken Latta and Connell Nixon. Ty Delaney and Byron Phillips are going to be out of 13th and 14th for the Eclipse Sim Sports driver on the outside of that one. Ewan Baker and Tyson Broad a little bit further back than necessarily either of these guys would like. Out of 15th and 16th, 17th and 18th will be James Chastanoff and Ben Smith. Kurt Stenberg, after dramas in race number 2, slots all the way back into 19th alongside of Matt Morris to round out your 20.
Starting in 21st, Sho Kanatake for Phoenix Racing Team, alongside Fishy Motorsports' David Kirby. Then we have Aidan Cale and Jamie Dyke on the 12th row of the grid, followed by Tyler Blackburn and our third place finisher in Split 2, Jay Brazier. Then we have Brett Loxton and William Brown, 27th and 28th. They would have been hoping for a lot better from tonight. Same for Troy Stonestreet and Tim Mulford, rounding out the top 30. Hayden Sell is going to be the 31st and final car to take to the grid here today. Of course, Dan Stevens still in the safety car and at the ready to come out and bring the field under control if needed. This is going to be a very intense race. If the previous two were anything to go by, man, this is going to be tough. I'll be interested to see how intense it is going to be, because these drivers have been racing each other for 30 laps worth of racing now, and sometimes, as we've said, Scott, it has gotten a little bit over the line.
Look, it's been rough for sure. I don't know, over the lines. I like to see paint traded, because it says that everyone's, touring car racing. We're not sitting here, we're not GT3 racing, we're touring car racing, we're not open wheeler racing, right? So we're up here, we're capable of rubbing panels, and we're capable of beating doors with each other, so.
Yeah, we certainly are. But, sometimes it's been maybe a tiny bit too much. But, as long as it's not too much, we're totally fine with that. It's been exciting. If you're a spectator, it's been a great night of racing. And the last 15 laps are yet to come. Getting ready for those last few seconds before the revs rise and we put the throttle down to the floor. Here we go then. V8SCOPS, round 10 at Road Atlanta. Race 3 is go. And it's a good initial getaway once again from Robbie Gibbs, but James Scott trying to move to cover him. They're going to be side by side on the way into turn 1. Ryan Leonage defending from Dylan Rudd, and Blake Warboys will have the inside into the first corner, and Leonage is going to get a little bit of overlap on Robbie Gibbs as they make their way up to turn 3, the top of the hill, and almost getting into the back of him was Dylan Rudd. We've already got a car off. And looks like big problems further down the field. For the time being, Dylan O'Shea holding back Blake Warboys, and Dylan Burse is right there to take advantage.
Yeah, and they're all going to harass and work all over each other once more. So the big issue now is who's going to get that opportunity to really send it down the inside and come away with something. I think this is how Byron Phillips ended up outside the track.
And it was Byron Phillips that was 3 wide with, looked like potentially Matt Morris and Tyson Broad in the midfield, and was set out into the gravel trap there at turn 1. Well, he's managed to rejoin. He hasn't gotten any big damage from what I can see. The racing's still close at the front of this field. Here comes Robbie Gibbs. He's trying there. The door is open, but James Scott will have the inside line for 10B. He'll keep the lead, and he manages to put the power down nicely. Gibbs struggling for traction there, as Rehan Leonage can do nothing to catch up.
Now he's just walking through there and then play second fiddle to these front two, but Gibbs is a lot closer than he has been, and he's going to try and go the long way around at turn 1.
He's going to go for the crisscross, I think, but he can't get to it. Contact. James Scott has to lose it. He has to keep it going here. Gibbs almost squeezing him there into turn 3. Scott's going to keep the lead. How on earth has James held on to that?
Let alone how has Dylan Rudd been able to find his way back into this pack as well, because that was really tight of a feedback in with Rehan Leonage. Here comes O'Shea. He's right there and going to be in amongst this one as well. And then this is how Aidan Cale ended up in a bunch of drama.
Yeah, looks like contact with Brett Loxton there. The two of them coming together from way down in the field out of 10A and 10B. Well, up into turn 7, and that's a bit of a dive there from Dylan Rudd trying to get onto the podium, but Rehan Leonage holds strong, and this leaves the door open to Dylan O'Shea. These two have been together pretty much all night, and the bump draft is on. Let's see what O'Shea can do when they get to the braking zone. Rudd having a great run on Leonage, and oh dear, O'Shea's going to try and make it 3 wide. He thankfully does not. But Rudd going to get up the inside of Leonage here. Space is given by the young man in the number 79. They bang door panels on the way out of the chicane there. And now O'Shea has the inside for the final corner. Leonage is going to lose 1 spot. He's going to lose 2, maybe 3 if Dylan Burse has anything to say about it. He is getting absolutely... he's getting boxed about by all the Dylans in the field.
Well, the amount of contact that was just made there and how all three of them walked away with that one, all four of them even walked away with that one, I have no idea, because there was paint traded from Dylan Burst. He tapped to O'Shea. O'Shea ran into Leonage in the middle of the corner. Then they all walked out the other side. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, lovely stuff. Understeer for Leonage, though. Gets into the gravel trap. Thankfully, keeps it on the racetrack, but that will grant the position to Dylan Burst. Man, Leonage will not be too happy with how this race has initially gone for him. He's fallen down the order much more than he would have desired. It seems the hotter track was more to his liking, but also a little bit of biff and barge as well. James Scott and Robert Gibbs, man, they have absolutely driven away from the rest of this field. Crucially for Gibbs, he is in the slipstream of Scott, and he'll be able to keep that advantage, but car behind him is Scott's teammate Dylan Rudd, and well, Rudd has a lot of racing of his own to do. He has to try and keep O'Shea and Burst behind him, to say nothing of Leonage and O'Reilly and Warboys, who are right on the back of this pack as well. But you never know. Considering Dylan Rudd's pace this season, he could be right up there very shortly, but he needs to shake off O'Shea first.
Yep. And that's the problem, isn't it? That he's going to be constantly looking in that rear view mirror. And Leonage will have an opportunity to come back at these guys. He looks strong late in the stint, so that's certainly where his pace is in the meantime. Matt Morris trying to get to the inside of Ewan Baker and Stenberg. These three guys are not going to leave each other alone to the end of the race.
No, certainly not. All of them have been in the midfield for the majority of this race, and all of them have had their own issues and crashes and whatnot. Actually, I think Ewan Baker, one of the only guys to really not be involved in a big smash in this event in the midfield. He's doing all right at the moment. Have lost the position, yes, to Tyson Broad. Matt Morris and Kurt Stenberg, they both crashed out of race 2, so they've got a lot to try and redeem themselves with here in race 3. For the time being, they have to put in the hard yards and try and make their way past. For now, Blake Warboys, unfortunate start for him, losing 3 spots. Jacob O'Reilly has found himself up 3 spots into 7th place, and now could potentially make it 4 up if Rehan Leonage makes another mistake.
Yeah, so that's the problem, isn't it? He's just trending backwards at the moment, so got to arrest that slide, got to refine himself back in, reset, go again, and Blake Warboys is looking to try and cut his way back through. So he's starting to try and mount an offensive. Nixon's inside the 10 now, but he's only just inside the 10. He's not staying.
Oh, that's Tyson Broad and Hayden Sell that have come together down the start-finish straight. Hayden has found himself with no rear wing, and oh dear, looks like Jamie Dyke and Kurt Stenberg have had a problem coming out of turn 1 as well. It's all gone wrong for a few cars in this field. We're only a third of the way into this race.
Looks like they're all rolling. So, but yeah, that's been handed on. We're gonna have to have another look at that, because something funky just happened there, and all kicks off before we even get to the front straight out of 10A and 10B.
Yeah, so Tyson Broad and James Chastaneuf getting side by side there. They allowed Ewan Baker through, and then Broad goes for a big, huge slide, does recover. I think Shasty might get a penalty for his part in all of this. That's what sent Stenberg off initially, and then Tyson Broad and Hayden Sell still coming together there. I think Chastaneuf was the main aggressor in all of that. And then Stenberg and Dyke come together off of turn 1. Dyke tries to recover it, and in doing so, whacks Stenberg right off the track.
Yeah, and now they go to the rear as well, so it all just unfolded yet again. And again, short tempers with these sprint races. Got to get aggressive early, because you don't have a lot of time, but sometimes you just end up costing yourself way too much.
Yeah, and it's ultimately cost all 4 of the drivers of
Rudd?
Yeah, actually, O'Shea's passed Rudd. I completely missed that. Looks like it happened down at 10A and 10B on the previous lap, and it was a pretty textbook pass.
So, yep, again, getting aggressive. Here's the replay, pushing him all the way down the straight, and then he just pulls his trigger.
Yeah.
Remember what I said? He's just so strong on the brakes down here.
Yeah, I'm interested to see that O'Shea actually gave him an awful lot of space there. That was very respectful between those two, who have been very close together all night. I think Rudd might be saving up a little bit more for another run at him later. He's really pushing him in the braking zone on that lap. Redress ordered for Blake Warboys. Looks like Zach Rattray White protesting that one. And so it's going to result in Warboys, I think, already having redressed the position on that front. For now, though, keep your eyes peeled on the battle for third. O'Shea, Rudd and Burse. The trio of Dylans in this field battling for the title of Best Dylan. Right now, it is O'Shea.
Yeah, but for how much longer? Because I know Rudd's going to want to try and get him back. He will not want to be bested by Dylan O'Shea, particularly after how tonight's gone for the pair of them. So either way, they're both going to be pressing on, and I think Connor Nixon's about to come under threat from Zach Rattray White as well.
Yeah, Nixon at the moment holding up this pack in 8th position. Seeing that Young, Latter and Delaney potentially going to have a run at this position too. Let's see what kind of slipstream Zach Rattray White has. He's got a good gap over Warboys. I don't think he should face too much pressure from the WK&P Mustang, but he'll be having a red hot go at the braking zone for 10A and 10B. And defensive there from Zach Rattray White, and he will make his way past Nixon well and truly at the braking zone. Warboys cannot find his way through. Meanwhile, pretty close between Tyler Blackburn and Shokan Atake. Just behind them, meanwhile, it's David Kirby, James Chastanerf and co, Jay Brazier and Tim Mulford. The cars behind them, and it seems like they've sorted themselves out for just a few more corners here, but a little dip of a wheel in the grass can change everything. Mulford almost stood a chance of finding his way past Brazier there, but I think wisely backing out of it at turn 1. Meanwhile, here's Warboys. Connor Nixon right in front of him, and you see just how well the cars here ride the bumps. I don't see much in the way of complaints from the suspension across the big curb at turn 5 exit.
Yep, so using all the space that's available to him yet again, making sure to run the car all the way out there, bounce over the curb, save some rear walls to do, gives you an opportunity to try and get good drive up here. He just can't at the moment. He's just really, really struggling to get that drive off of turn 7, so he just can't overtake because he's nowhere near close enough.
Yeah, well, let's see where he can make up his time. It's all about the exit of turn 7, really. If you want to make your moves, that's where you've really got to nail it. So, Warboys a little struggle there on oversteer coming out of 10A and 10B. Meanwhile, Chastanerf, he's been involved in a lot of drama in this race so far. Mulford gets past Brazier at 10B, and that could potentially allow Byron Phillips through as well if Phillips can get his internet sorted, but unfortunately it seems that's the end of it there for Byron Phillips. William Brown and Troy Stonestreet will be right there with them too. Well, Byron's teammate Dylan Burse now catching up to Dylan Rudd. Seems like, it's looking like Rudd might have had a slowdown because he's fallen down behind Burse and Leonage. So whatever happened here, we'll tell the full story.
Got the same amount of curb on the inside as everyone else. It all looks fine.
Oh, there we go. That's what happened. Burst just snuck up the inside there. And it's not easy to run side by side through that section. So I think Dylan Rudd just decided to yield for now and try and have a better run in the next couple of laps. The problem is he's rapidly running out of time. There's only 6 laps remaining.
Yep, running out of time. 6 more laps left to run. You've got to start to make your moves. If you're not in with the time to make your move with 2 laps to go, it's probably not going to happen. You need a lap to get there and a lap to get the move done, and yeah, it's a little bit difficult sometimes, and everyone expects that last minute dive bomb down at 10A, 10B on the final lap of the race too. So I always say around here, can't do it the final lap, got to have it done 2 laps early.
Yeah, exactly. This has been an interesting race for Dylan Rudd. Would have expected him to be really fighting hard for the podium, but ultimately doesn't quite come up that way here. at the end of race 3. Well, the fighting has calmed down quite a bit after all of that drama we saw a few laps ago. But here comes James Chastaneuf to try and find his way past David Kirby for 19th spot. But Chastaneuf and Tyson Broad have both nabbed themselves drive-through penalties from race control. Chastaneuf, I think, for reckless driving with Tyson Broad back on lap 4. And then Broad himself black flagged for reckless driving with Chastaneuf and the number 82 of Hayden Sell at the start of lap 5. The position changed there, almost there. Tim Mulford gets past James Chastaneuf. Big run for him, and Shasty will pull straight into the pits. Broad will follow him in. Now, let's make sure that we give each other plenty of space on the way into the pit lane, boys. We don't want contact there.
Yeah, and they're both down in the pit lane to serve those drive-through penalties nice and early on. Get them out of the way. As soon as they're issued, give yourself an opportunity to run it down. And we're going to hit that start finish line. There's only going to be 4 more laps left to run this time, Reese, and we are just running out of time.
Yeah, that's it. James Scott and Robert Gibbs have checked out. 1.3 seconds in it for the lead, and there's another 2 seconds or so back to Dylan O'Shea, who's still got a bit of a battle behind him. Burst trying to recover from some comparatively middling results compared to his 1 lap pace, but Burst is in a good position right now, currently sitting in 4th place, could be looking at a podium spot if he plays his cards right. Meanwhile, the battling is still going on behind. We briefly saw Connor Nixon and Blake Warboys fighting over 9th spot. Warboys has been shuffled all the way back to 10th, and it doesn't look like he's coming more forward anytime soon.
It just doesn't seem like he's got just enough pace to get that job done. Although Nixon is certainly getting supported by a little bit of extra tow from the pack up ahead. They've all driven their way back up to that next group of cars. So this pack has actually got a little bit of speed, and that's what's preventing Warboys from being able to get the overtake done.
Yeah, it seems like Warboys does have a little bit of damage to his front bumper. I don't know if that's going to be affecting his straight line speed any, but you see damage like that on a car, then it's... it doesn't seem to affect the pace all that much in my experience, even on the new damage model that all cars in iRacing now have. Well, we'll see what the slipstream's like, and see if that benefits Warboys any. For now, Chastaneuf and Broad have found their way out of the pits. And for now, it doesn't look like they're going to have much of a chance of gaining any more positions from there. 3 laps to go at the front of the field. Scott and Gibbs continuing to run brilliant lap times. They are the 2 fastest cars on the track if you're not Dylan Rudd. Actually, Rudd being the fastest car on track last time by. A little bit faster than Leonage and Burst. Doesn't seem like there's much he can do. The fighting is still going on further back. This is looking at Kenneth Latter from the perspective of Ty Delaney, and Ty is one of only a few cars that occupies the same position he started in. Can he make his way past and maybe even have a run at Paul Young in the last couple of laps to get into the top 10?
Yeah, it'd be a nice way for Kenny Latter to sort of bookend what has not been a great season for him. He should have won a Vets championship. That didn't happen. He messed up some pretty big strategy stuff in the last season of Vets as well, so it's just sort of been one of those years where if something can go wrong for Ken Latter, it certainly will go wrong, and in 10th place we just round things out really, really nicely before we head off to the Enduros.
Yeah, certainly would. And sometimes it is the Enduros where you see teams and drivers you never would have expected to come to the fore. So this is all a setup for those last 3 rounds of the championship. The 500s at Imola and Sandown, and then the 1,000 at the Mountain. Well, 2 laps now remain. And it's almost white flag time. Just got to wait another minute and 20 seconds or so for that to happen. O'Shea and Burse. It doesn't seem like they have much going on between them, but Burse is looking rather quick. Burse setting a 119.6. That is far and away 2/10 at least quicker than everyone else in the top 10.
Yep, so again, finding a turn of speed late on, but again, just too late on, can't really do all that much with it. So, hey, speed though from quite a number of guys has been really, really good. Like I said, really impressed with the drive from Robbie Gibbs tonight. This is certainly his best that I've seen him look in a good while. So here's to this continuing on through the Enduros as well.
Yeah, Robbie Gibbs has shown some great pace this season, but it's really come to the fore here at Road Atlanta. 10-second time penalty, meanwhile, for Jamie Dyke for the contact that we saw with Kurt Stenberg. Dyke, of course, losing it on the inside of turn 1 and then overcorrecting into Stenberg. Meanwhile, here comes Blake Warboys to try and pass Connor Nixon, and he succeeds on the way into 10A and 10B. So Blake Warboys finally getting some pace back, but it doesn't look like he's got much of a chance of getting up to Rattray White as the final lap now begins. And James Scott and Robbie Gibbs have absolutely nothing on the rest of the field. It's brilliant, really, seeing the sheer pace from those two at the very front. The question is, how will the rest of the field shake out? Because we have O'Shea versus Burse for third, we have Leonage and Rudd fighting over fourth spot, and then O'Reilly, Rattray White, Warboys and Nixon fighting over seventh spot. We'll round out the top 10 there. Ewan Baker, meanwhile, making a move on Matt Morris, and it seems Morris drops behind Benjamin Smith as well, back down to P16. Something I think happening to him on the exit of turn 5 there. For now, though, we're on the final stretch of Road Atlanta. Dylan Rudd will try and pass Leonage. Rayan going defensive into 10A and 10B, but that's probably exactly what Rudd wants. He can be a little more aggressive on the outside, get up the inside there as the checkered flag flies, and his teammate James Scott will win all three races on the way to sheer domination at Road Atlanta. Gibbs finishes second, O'Shea in third, and Rudd will end up getting Leonage at the line there as Dylan Burse finishes in fourth place. A brilliant job from all of those guys as the rest of them come across the line. Troy Stone Street there in the 044. What a fantastic recovery it's been from his unfortunate runnings in race 1, bringing out the safety car. He will get 23rd place for all of his troubles. We'll get another view as to what happened to Matt Morris to put him down to 16th place. Just looks like he locked up something, or maybe missed the downshifts coming into turn 5, and that's what allowed Baker and Smith past him.
Yeah, so another attempted overtake around the outside. And no, so this is the cool down lap. So this is everyone just sort of celebrating and enjoying themselves and just relaxing a little bit, which is good to see. And yeah, very big congratulations to Robbie Gibbs, just to try and see him doing so well here tonight.
Yep. James Scott will take the round victory. Robbie Gibbs will finish runner-up for the round. And Dylan O'Shea making a good recovery from 6th to 3rd in race 3. Dylan Burse up to 4th with Rudd, and Leonage rounding out the top 6 there. Jake O'Reilly getting into 7th from 10th. A very good job from him. Rattray White ultimately moving nowhere in terms of positions, but plenty of adventures on his way to P8. Blake Warboys finishes 9th, and Connor Nixon will round out your top 10 in race 3.
Yeah, and we'll move across the page to 11th and outside for Paul Young, Kenneth Latta, Ty Delaney, Ewan Baker, Ben Smith, Matt Morris, Tyler Blackburn, Sho Kanatake, David Kirby, and Timmy Mulford manages to get 20th spot.
Jay Brazier finishes 21st ahead of William Brown, with Troy Stone Street in 23rd, Jamie Dyke and Brett Loxton rounding out the top 25 cars. And then we saw Stenberg, Chastaneuf, Broad and Sell be our final finishers. Very tough races for all of them, with Byron Phillips and Aidan Cale, our unfortunate retirements from this race. So that's going to round out our field, and we are going to have a very quick chat with our round winner, James Scott, just before we wrap. But for the moment, look forward to the next round of V8 Scops, the Imola 500. Will be a magnificent round to start off the Endurance Cup. We've said it before, Scott. We really look forward to Imola whenever it's on the calendar, and we'll have a good form guide coming into this.
Yeah, and I think the form guide is take a look at Lobs and watch exactly what they're doing, monitor it, and try to keep up with them if you certainly can. They're going to have a swath of co-drivers to pick from for this one too, which is really going to bolster their numbers. And yeah, there's going to be, I think, some interesting driver combinations throughout the trio of endurance races, which is what I always like to see. Who's picking to drive with who. I'm really interested just to see who drives alongside quite a number of drivers, including Rudd, Leonage, and the driver that's just jumped in the commentary box as well.
Indeed. James Scott, the round winner, is here for the only interview we have time for. Congratulations, James. What a brilliant run it was from you tonight. You looked almost untouchable when you got up to speed, but those starts, Robbie Gibbs almost had you a couple of times.
Yeah, he did. I didn't really have time to do many practice starts. I was pretty late on the sim tonight, so first race wasn't too bad. Second and third race weren't not that great, but luckily just enough to keep it in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, winning all three races on your way to the round victory, it couldn't have gone more perfect in just a sheer results sense, plus pole position as well. Regardless, it's the end of the regular rounds for V8 Scops this season. We get into the Endurance Cup. Can you give us any insight into Lobs Esports' plans for the Imola 500?
Not too sure, to be honest. We've obviously got a few guys, a lot of fast guys that haven't been regulars in the series, but Enduro's always normally brings out a few people that don't usually compete in the series full time. So now we've got an awesome bunch of guys that will jump in and help out for these Enduros. So yeah, always keen for those longer races.
Well, that is going to conclude our chat, James. And before we let you go, is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to for your dominance out there on the track tonight?
Obviously all the guys at Lobs Esports doing okay. Draco Performance, Hybrid Racing Simulations, obviously you guys for the broadcast and the race control people as well.
Fantastic stuff. That's James Scott, our round winner here at Road Atlanta. And that's going to conclude our runnings here today. We'll obviously see you all on the 20th of October for the Imola 500. Of course, V8 Scops supports will be on in the lead up to that as well. We hope to see you the weekend of October the 20th, 3 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. Remember, we'll be in daylight savings, so if you're in the West or in Queensland, make sure to adjust your time conversion accordingly. Thanks very much for watching, everybody. Big thanks to SudSpeed on the replay sponsorship, to Aussie Online Gaming for putting all of this together, to all the teams and the drivers for helping to make this one of the best shows in Australian sim racing. I'm Reese Gardner, Scott Rankin with me in the comms box, and Jay Kennedy behind the scenes, bringing it to you on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch and Kick here on SimSpeed TV. We'll see you next time.